exposure to foreign culture, industry and economic dynamics. Amity also offers you a basket of career-focused disciplines in all streams of interest to Class 12 students like you. Let's take a glance. The pulsating campus life at Amity University, Gwalior is an enriching experience which allows you to flourish as an individual. By organizing and participating in diverse cultural events and competitions such as Youth Fest or being a part of Sangathan, the Inter-Amity Institution's sports meet that marks the birthday of Amity's founder president, you get countless opportunities to enhance your organizational, teamwork and leadership skills.
At Amity University, Gwalior, you follow a learning and development curve that is designed to help you stay ahead of the future by empowering you to dream and carve out a vision. It has been conceived to help you optimize your true potential. So if you see yourself joining the League of Indian Visionaries shown earlier, then go ahead and envision a better tomorrow for yourself and for India.
Dr. Kuldeep, there is no sound coming from Makabi. Just take care of this thing. Makabi's voice is not transmitting.
Good morning to everyone.
No, it's okay. Carry on, please.
Joining us from across India and abroad, artificial intelligence in research is not just about accelerating the outcomes. It's about ensuring that every innovation is rooted in ethics, transparency, and integrity. On behalf of Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, I extend a very warm welcome to all dignitaries, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, all faculty members, HOEs of Amity University, faculty members, research scholars, students, and participants to the International Workshop on Ethical AI Toolkit for Researchers, organized under the Institution Innovation Cell initiative. Before we embark on today's insightful session, let us begin by invoking the blessing of Goddess Saraswati, her wisdom, knowledge. I request everyone to kindly join in Saraswati Vandana.
Ya kundendu tusharhara dhavala, ya shubhravastravruta, ya veena varadanda manditakara, ya shveta padmasana, या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता, सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा। शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमां आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
As we step into an era where AI-driven tools are reshaping academic research, it becomes vital that we as responsible scholars ensure that technology serves as a facilitator of ethical research, upholding academic integrity and transparency. I am Dr. P. Mahakavi, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, AUMP. It is an honor to serve as your host and moderator for this knowledgeable, enriching workshop. Your leaders' words are seeds of inspiration that blooms into action. It is now my honor and privilege to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Dr. R.S. Thomas Sir, a visionary academician whose leadership has been instrumental in fostering a culture of research excellence and innovation at Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, to deliver the opening remarks and formally inaugurate this workshop. Sir, we are eager to hear your words of wisdom, sir.
या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः. Dear participants for today's this program of ethical AI tool for scholars, I must mention here that in the next 60 seconds, artificial intelligence will process more research data than entire generations of scholars analyze in their lifetime. A very important point to be noted. Yet, the question that brings us together today is not what AI can do for research, but how we, as guardians of academic integrity, can ensure research remains worthy of knowledge that it seeks to create. Good morning and a very warm welcome to our distinguished international speakers, esteemed faculty colleagues, brilliant research scholars, and all participants who have joined us both in person and virtually for this crucial international workshop. I especially welcome Dr. K.S. Soumya Rani, founder and director, SOMIS AWW, Mr. Shardul Nair, the associate product manager, Paperpal Cactus Communications, the head of institution, the head of department, Professor Dr. Kuldeep Singh, the Dr. Mahakavi, our associate professor, and all the mathematics and other faculty members and the faculty of ASSET who are joining online. I welcome you all. This is a very important occasion that we are witnessing today, and it is my distinct honor and privilege to inaugurate the one-day international workshop on ethical AI tools for scholars, a pioneering initiative by the Department of Applied Chemistry, Amity School of Engineering and Technology at Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, headed by Dr. Kuldeep Singh. Today, we stand at an unprecedented inflection point in the evolution of human knowledge. Artificial intelligence has transcended the realm of science fiction to become the defining force, reshaping how we discover, analyze, and disseminate knowledge across every discipline. Here at Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, a proudly research-driven institution at the heart of India, we have witnessed this transformation firsthand. Our research ecosystem, spanning multiple institutions and schools and disciplines, has embraced AI as a powerful ally in the pursuit of excellence. These intelligent tools, you can say, now offer extraordinary capabilities, validating research hypotheses in minutes rather than months, conducting comprehensive literature reviews across global databases, performing complex data analysis with unprecedented precision, and even assisting in grant proposal development. That can also be done through this. Yet, with great technological power comes an even greater ethical responsibility. When you have the power, the responsibility is multifold increased. This workshop addresses not merely the capability question of AI, but the far more critical responsibility question. The question is of responsibility. How do we harness these transformative tools while preserving the fundamental pillars of academic integrity, originality, transparency, and scholarly rigor? The principles we explore today will determine whether AI becomes the greatest enabler of human knowledge or it's the greatest threat. To guide us through these complex and nuanced considerations, we are extraordinarily privileged to welcome two luminaries I have just mentioned. That is Dr. K.S. Somayarani, who brings to our workshop a unique blend of scientific rigor and entrepreneur vision. With her PhD in biotechnology, that is also my field as well, and as the visionary founder of SOMIS AWW, a venture nurtured within the prestigious NSRCEL ecosystem at IIM Bengaluru. She bridges the worlds of cutting-edge research and practical application. Her remarkable experience in editing over 1,500 scientific documents and her sought-after expertise at premier institutions, including the IITs and NITs, position her as one of the India's foremost authorities on AI ethics in scholarly communication. So, Dr. Somaya, I welcome you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sardul
Thank you for
Nair.
having me here.
Mr. Sardul Nair represents the dynamic intersection of research experience and technological innovation. His fascinating journey from research as a research fellow at the prestigious ICMR NIRRCH to academic editor and now associate product manager at PaperPal embodies the evolution of modern research support. Mr. Nair brings invaluable industry insights from Cactus Communications, understanding both the researchers' needs and the technological possibilities that can address them. Together, they will provide us with both the theoretical framework as well as practical tools necessary for ethical AI adoption in academia. This workshop exemplifies Amity University Madhya Pradesh's unwavering commitment to remaining at the forefront of global research excellence. We recognize that our role extends far beyond education. We are active architects of India's research future. Our commitment is manifest in our support to nearly 400 PhD scholars and nearly 3,000 UG and PhD students who are actively engaged in research across diverse disciplines. We are preparing our scholars not only just for today's research challenges, but for the complex decisions that haven't yet imagined. We are preparing our students to that direction. Events like today's workshop represents our strategic investment in ensuring that Amity University Madhya Pradesh remains synonymous with research integrity, technological advancement, and global relevance. I challenge every participant present online, whether you are a seasoned researcher, an emerging scholar, or a curious academic, you should approach today's session as active co-creators of knowledge rather than passive recipients or simply the participants. Come with your toughest questions. Challenge the framework presented. Share your research dilemmas. The hands-on sessions are designed as collaborative laboratories where theories meets practice, where abstract ethical principles become concrete research protocols. You will leave equipped with practical tools, clear frameworks, and the confidence to navigate the most complex AI-related decisions with integrity and wisdom. So be very attentive, not only showing your name as a participant, but listen each and every word presented by the speakers today. This workshop reflects the MIT's commitments to global academic collaboration. The international participation we will see today connecting researchers across continents through shared ethical concerns, demonstrate that responsible AI adoption transcends geographical boundaries as well. The framework and practices we develop here will contribute to global standards for ethical AI and research. You are not just learning today, you are helping to shape the future of scholarly integrity worldwide. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the Department of Applied Chemistry, especially Dr. Kuldeep Singh, for their vision in organizing this timely and globally significant workshop. A special appreciation to our distinguished speakers who have traveled to their share how we can go through this in deep inside, and they are sparing their valuable time to address the participants today. The conversation that begin today will ripple through your nations for years to come. The ethical foundations you built here will support the most ambitious projects you have yet to imagine. With great excitement for the intellectual discoveries, collaborative innovations, and ethical frameworks that will emerge from today's deliberations, I hereby declare this international workshop on the ethical AI tools for scholars officially open. May your discussions be proudly your learning transformative and your commitment to ethical excellence unwavering support. Let us ensure that when future generations look back on this era of artificial intelligence in research, they will say that we were the generations that choose wisdom over speed, integrity over efficiency, and human values over technological convenience. In our ancient tradition, we understand that every action must be guided by dharma. Dharma, you know, righteous things. Dharma means not the Hindu, Muslim, or these and that religions. Yeah, dharma means, I mean to say, the righteous things to be done. So, righteous duty that considers not just what we can do, but what we should do. As we stand at this crossroads of artificial intelligence and human wisdom, let us choose the path of technological dharma, a new dharma I am proposing today. So, thank you, and I wish you all an exceptional, productive, and enlightening day of scholarly exploration. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much for your motivational opening remarks, sir. Every impactful session begins with a thoughtful introduction that sets the stage for what's to come. At this moment, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Nirbhay Singh, to introduce our keynote speaker for the first session, Dr. Soumya Rani KS. Sir, please, over to you.
So, good morning to everyone, Honorable VC sir, and Dr. Kuldeep Singh sir, and our team members, Dr. P. Mahakavi sir, and faculty members from ASSET as well as MT University of Madhya Pradesh. On the behalf of organizing team of international workshop on ethical AI toolkit for the researchers, I want to welcome our esteemed speaker, Dr. K. S. Sumaya Rani. She is a founder and editor at reviewer, also reviewer at Sowins AWW. She brings a very broad experience in the field of AI, and apart from editorial roles, she have experience of over 7 years almost in the field, and most common titles in which she have delivered the lecture: AI tool for research, AI for higher education, ethical consideration around AI use in academia and research. And apart from these things, she has an entrepreneur role, means founder of a reviewer, a founder at Sowins AWW. And apart from these things, she have also got many reputed international fellowships, national as well as international fellowships, such as DAD, Swedish Model Scholarship for PhD, and also fellowship from JNCSR, that is Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research in Bangalore. And at a national level, she has qualified the examinations such as GATE and DBT, JRF in field of biotechnology, qualified also CSIR UGC NET examination, and also qualified state eligibility test. Dr. Sumaya has also published very reputed journals in many international journal of repute, having high impactors, and uh, and apart from these things, we have a patent also. So on the behalf of this organizing team, I want to welcome Dr. K.S. Sumaya. At this moment, I would like to invite my, at this moment, I want to just invite Dr. Sumaya for such a wonderful session, which we are just looking to be delivered from the side of Dr. Sumaya. So, on the behalf of this team, I want to just welcome ma'am. Now, ma'am, over to you, please.
Respected professors, organizing team, and Vice Chancellor, sir, it's a pleasure to be here today. So let me start by sharing my screen. And let me start with the boring question of, is my screen visible and am I audible enough? Everything looks good on your side?
Looks good.
Okay. So let me start with a very simple question. How many of you here recognize the face that you see on the screen? Some of you might know him as Doctor Strange of the Marvel series. Some might recognize him as Sherlock Holmes, one of the best versions ever so far. And some of you also know him as Benedict Cumberbatch, the amazing actor that he is. Ben here went on to do an amazing project called The Imitation Game. This was a movie that garnered wide accolades across the globe. And this was a movie that was set in the World War times, World War II to be precise. This was a time when the Nazis, the Germans, had a clear upper hand. They were winning the war. The Allies were at a loss. One of the key reasons why the Germans were undefeated was because their communication system was encrypted with a matchless technology called Enigma. They had this machine called Enigma, which encrypted all messages between the German base and their troops stationed all across the shoreline. Today, when you and I add a new contact to our WhatsApp, the first message that pops up says that now all messages you share with this contact, they are encrypted end to end. Nobody else can read those messages. Those simple, boring, good morning, good night messages that you send today are encrypted end to end. But back in those days, encryption was a privilege that was reserved only for military communication, and Enigma was the best in class for encryption. At this juncture, an amazing British mathematician nerd called Alan Turing walks into the war scene. He and his team go on to break the code of Enigma, which definitely contributed to the end of the World War. Alan Turing here is what all this movie called The Imitation Game is all about, and his journey of breaking the code called Enigma. He is a war hero, he is a nerd, but more importantly, Alan Turing is also considered as one of the founding fathers of artificial intelligence. And when exactly did Alan Turing live? Somewhere in the 1940s, 50s, easily 6-7 decades ago, which means the terminology and the technology of artificial intelligence had its seeds 6+ decades ago, just that the so-called common man, you and I, we were not talking about AI in our every second conversation. Not all our FDPs had AI in their titles. All of this changed around 3 years ago, thanks to this phenomenon called ChatGPT that OpenAI unleashed on us in November 2022. Ever since, we have not stopped talking about ChatGPT. We have not stopped talking about AI in general. We fear AI. We love AI. We are wowed by what it offers, but then also shudder to think what will happen if AI takes over the world. Love it, hate it, we still keep talking about it. What made this chatbot so popular? Because chatbots were not new to us. If you had ever ordered your food on an aggregator like Swiggy, Zomato, or if you have ever had an issue with one of your orders from Amazon, the first line of contact you have with these companies are chatbots. These companies had figured out pretty intelligent chatbots, I would say, even before ChatGPT. But this tool here could talk to you like a human, could hold hour-long conversations, and pretty much retrieve any information, answer any of your questions. The only limitation, it can only answer questions accurately if the answer is available somewhere along its training data set. So one of the first limitations, because today I believe we all are introduced to sufficient number of AI tools, be it for research, be it for tackling the teaching learning processes in higher ed, there is no dearth of tools. But what we are deep in conversations at the moment is how do we use it ethically? What is right, what is not? And to discuss that further, it is important that we understand the basic limitations. And one of the limitations of these AI tools will always remain that they are only as good as their training data. For instance, say I want to know the recipe for an international cuisine, a Mediterranean dish. I can go into ChatGPT, ask for the recipe, ask where I would find these ingredients, and ask every other silly question that I might ask. ChatGPT will give me these answers, provided the answers exist on the interweb somewhere. But if I want to know the recipe of my grandmother's favorite chutney, for instance, I don't think ChatGPT can give me the answer because this knowledge is diligently passed on from one generation to the other within the family, and we have not uploaded it anywhere. So no training data, no answers, which means this tool is not exactly intelligent, or it's not exactly creative in a sense that we define human intelligence or human creativity. That is indeed a potential limitation. In creative fields, I do consider research as a creative field because sometimes you never know how the dots get connected. So they might not be as intelligent as we presume them to be. And this includes the PhD level intelligence series like the O series, for instance, from OpenAI. From the basic ChatGPT that we had 3 years ago, now we are talking about all the latest in O series models, which are perpetually more intelligent. They can pretty much answer any questions at any intelligence level. January 2025 saw the addition of a new tool to this chaos of AI tools that we already had. But unlike the other tools, which usually had a very soft launch, this tool called DeepSeek R1 kind of took the world by storm. Why? Two reasons. One, it was one of the first very visible reasoning models. The second reason, it came out of China. Until that point, when we talked about AI tools, we were looking at the US. We were looking at the Silicon Valley and everything else that it represented. Now, suddenly, China is a part of this storm we are experiencing, and this model, with its capabilities, took the world by such a huge storm that the shares of NVIDIA dropped by 17% just within days after DeepSeek R1 was announced. Does it mean this tool is the pinnacle of AI? Have we reached the peak and is everything perfect? Not necessarily. Even with all these reasoning models, even with the best models, the limitations that we were talking 3 years ago, they still exist. Say, for instance, hallucinations, or say the importance of giving the right instructions to get outputs that are relevant for research, for instance. That has not really changed much. Even with the best models in place, prompt engineering is not out of fashion. These tools are only as good as the instructions that you can give them. Look at AI tools like these smart assistants, smart interns that we come across every so often. They are very good at getting the micro jobs done. But due to lack of experience, they don't understand the complete vision. They need someone standing there, breaking down this big picture into small, manageable chunks, and then assigning them with the right step by step instructions to handle each of these chunks, and then essentially putting back all of this together to get the bigger job completed. And that supervisor is essentially you, and the smart intern that you have is essentially any of the AI tools that you are talking about. Therefore, prompt engineering is not outdated, is not out of fashion, is not out of need. Even today, engineering the right prompts could determine the quality of the output that you get out of these AI tools. For a prompt to really work, there are different frameworks here. If you Google for prompting frameworks for any subject, for any specific requirement, I'm pretty sure you would have hundreds of different suggestions. But at the base, let your prompt at least have these few components. To give an example, I'm a biologist by degree and practice, so I'm going to pick a small example from what I know pretty much well. Let's talk about photosynthesis. Let's say I walk into ChatGPT and ask a very simple question. What is photosynthesis? And when I say ChatGPT, I'm not just talking about ChatGPT, but all of its counterparts. It could be Claude, it could be Gemini, it could be Copilot, it could be DeepSeek, Perplexity, you name it. Just ask a very simple question of what is photosynthesis. This tool or these set of tools are going to give me the book definition of photosynthesis and quintessentially the equation of 6CO2 plus 6H2O gives C6H12O6 and so on. Now, this is a good response. The response is accurate. It is simple enough for me to refresh my memory about what photosynthesis is all about. But imagine I'm a grade 6 school teacher trying to teach photosynthesis to my grade 6 CBSE school kids. Now, this output from ChatGPT is completely useless to me because my grade 6 kids don't understand CO2 H2O. They have not yet learned the chemical formula. Why is such an intelligent model giving me an answer that is almost useless in a very basic grade 6 classroom? The problem is not the model, the problem was your prompt. If you had engineered your prompt to convey that, okay, ChatGPT, or however I want to address your buddy, I'm a grade 6 school teacher trying to teach photosynthesis to grade 6 CBSE kids. So can I have a lesson plan for photosynthesis for say 2 hours, 3 hours? Can I have the content for the classroom? And also, can I have assignment suggestions, homework suggestions that will help my students have an experiential learning experience outside the confines of my classroom as well? What kind of questions can I ask them? What kind of quests can I set them out to perform? Once you express your requirements clearly with step-by-step instructions, and when you're willing to go back to your prompt, revisit, clarify, and refine, your outputs will improve drastically in the next few seconds. So prompt engineering is still important. How does this relate to a research context? These tools were not built exactly for academia, which means when you ask a question, ChatGPT does not know that you're asking this question to write a literature review. So it does not bring you information only from journal articles. It picks up information from everywhere, from blog posts, from news articles, which make the information pretty much useless. But if you engineer your prompt to inform these tools or set these tools on a task where they work like they're doing a literature review, bringing information majorly from journal articles, say only those published in the last 5 years, only from Scopus Index journals, only from Q1 and Q2 journals, then these tools understand the task better, bring you better answers that are almost usable as the template or as the inspiration for starting and moving on with your literature review. So prompts are these flags that you provide these tools to go from point A to point B, point A being your research question, point B being the answer, the accurate, properly cited, verified answer that you are looking for. Now, we all know that AI tools, they work on a model, or they are essentially a model called large language models. So the basic flaw with this model is that the LLMs are not intelligent per se. They don't understand language. They don't understand your question. They are essentially probability models which can go into large volumes of data, pick up the right combination of words, string them together, and bring you back the answer, which means they are not creative. They don't always say something that is new. They essentially process and regurgitate already existing information. This might beautifully work if I'm trying to find information to share with my students in a classroom. This will not work when I'm trying to find a novel research question for my next grant proposal. So novelty and creativity is not something you can take for granted when using these AI tools. Get suggestions, but when you're looking for a novel question, you still have to iterate. You are pretty much on your own to finding those questions. Now, let's say we're all sitting in an offline classroom. We're all within the confines of the same four walls. I like to do this small activity with my participants where I ask them to draw out their notebooks, pencils, pens, and start drawing whatever they see on the screen. Unfortunately, this activity is not as much fun on a virtual screen. And I give them 1 minute to do that. Now, even without us doing this activity, I pretty much know that if we ever did, this is what the output would look like. Most of you, including me, most of us would draw a house that looks like this. This, despite the fact that most of us don't live in a house that looks exactly like this. Thatched roofs are something I hardly get to see as I live pretty close to the heart of the city called Coimbatore in the southern state of Tamil Nadu. I don't live in such a house. I don't see such a house. But even today, if you ask me to teach a kid to draw a house, this is the kind of house that I would teach the kid to draw. Why is that despite my reality telling me this is flawed, this is not true, why do I keep going back to the same image? Because this is what I was taught as a house in my earliest years of formation when I was naive, when I did not know the real world. Now, AI is just like us. It is naive. It has no experience with the real world whatsoever. It only depends on training data. And when training data is flawed or biased, that is very religiously reflected in the output as well. One good example is this set of images that were created by this tool called Midjourney. So today Midjourney is pretty popular, but 2.5 years ago, not many had heard about Midjourney. It was in the very early phases of Midjourney when all you had to do was just give a simple prompt. What does the typical prisoner look like? What does the typical so-and-so look like? And the tool created these nice, beautiful composite images just from your words. And that was completely something else 2.5 years or so ago. After we were warned and when we did all this out, let's all breathe, take a pause, and look at the images once again. Let's assume we are all sitting somewhere in the US. Even then, do you think all prisoners would look like that? To rephrase my question, are most prisoners in the US black? Say you fall and hurt yourself, how many of you would be treated by a nurse who looks like that? The more important question, why should a nurse look like that while a cleaner looks something completely different? The diagonally opposite images. The user did not ask for a specific type of a nurse or a cleaner of a specific ethnicity. But the tool has learned from all the training data, the websites, the advertisements, the images that we have created over and over, these stereotyped images for different professions, and it has learned to absorb the bias, consider it as kind of a set of rules, and then it's throwing all of this right back at our faces. This is super problematic. What does it mean in terms of research? Okay, Soumya, I'm not here to create images. So why should I bother about the bias in images? Because bias in images is clearly visible. Bias in words is not so much visible. Now let's presume we are talking about research questions. How does training data bias affect my output? For that, we should know where does the training data for these research AI tools come from? Where do most of your training data or where do most of your research articles come from? You have more access to open access papers than paywalled or subscription-based papers. What is wrong with open access papers? Nothing should be wrong. Open access must be the norm of scientific publishing, just that it is not. Open access publishers and publications have had a lot of issues, lot of ethical concerns around them because they operate from a viewpoint of profit rather than from a viewpoint or from a stand of research rigor or academic rigor, which means the data in open access publications is compromised in terms of the lack or lapse of proper peer review. When an AI tool operates on data majorly from such open access information, the information that it spouts out is also biased towards what is available on open access research, which might not always be what we prefer. And this is one of the many reasons why a human filter is very, very critical, not just in rewriting the final output, but in validating every single information that comes out of an AI before it forms a part of your own manuscripts, grant proposals, reports, and so on. AI is pretty fast. The growth of AI is pretty fast because, at least with respect to Gen AI, when we talked about advancements like the television, for instance, it took a few decades before the television made its way into common homes. But with AI, in less than 2-3 years, AI has definitely sunk its claws very deeper, and every second person you meet does know about AI, is already using AI. The problem with speed is that when someone is on the track with Usain Bolt, you don't have eyes for anything else. Bolt is all you can focus on because that's how fast and distracting this guy is. Today, that's how AI technology is as well. The technology is pretty fast, which means we are so focused, so obsessed on looking at loving or hating the technology, we have forgotten that it has other layers to it. We are not talking sufficiently about the legal implications. Where is all the training data of OpenAI coming from? Is it all really legal and ethical? How safe is my data within these AI tools? I'm giving away so much of my personal data. Is it safe enough? Am I doing the right thing? We are not talking about the social implications. What will AI do to the learning capabilities of our children, of our future generations? And environmental concerns is a conversation we have not even started. These are also the conversations we should be having if we are talking about AI literacy, if we are to take the right decisions about how much of AI we are going to allow within our research ecosystems and also our higher education ecosystems. For an AI tool, because I'm pretty sure that these tools are going to come knocking at your doorstep as tools for higher ed as well. Also for research, they are already accessible in a pretty wide array. It's important that an AI tool at least qualifies for these 5 pillars or criteria. It has to be legal, it has to be transparent, accuracy is a non-negotiable, data protection is something these companies should take seriously and should assure us before we decide to use their tools, and explainability is something that will build trust and enable us use these tools with a less quotient of fear factor if we are to use it. Today, the focus is to run through a handful of AI tools, understand what is ethical, what is not ethical to do with them. But before we embark on that journey, it's important that we understand and acknowledge that the AI ecosystem we are talking about has several layers. It's pretty complex and it's evolving every single day. We humans do not understand all parts of this evolution. That calls for a lot of caution alongside the super excitement that we have for AI today. So when we talk about the life of a researcher, where do they spend most of their time? Especially when we are talking about faculty who also develop as researchers, what is eating up most of their time? Finding literature, processing literature, extracting information, and then presenting it in different forms in a classroom session, in a manuscript as a grant proposal, and whatnot. What if I can give you AI tools, or if there are AI tools out there that can be used ethically to take care of this part of your life so that you have a huge chunk of time and energy left over for the rest of your professional obligations, but then also for your personal life. One of the first places where AI can help you is in literature search and review. How do we normally find literature? Especially the primary and secondary sources of literature, we always head to Google Scholar. What is wrong with Google Scholar? Nothing per se, because Google Scholar, even after the advent of so many AI tools, it is still the largest, most robust database of scientific literature out there. The problem is how it does the search. You throw in 4 keywords into Google Scholar and say you even apply a handful of filters, the tool still comes up with thousands of results, most of which are not even relevant to what you're trying to find. So, what is the alternative? Try this AI tool called Semantic Scholar. I would not propose Semantic Scholar as an exact alternative, but I would say this is a great starting point to not drown yourself in countless literature. Instead of starting your literature search with Google Scholar, try starting it with Semantic Scholar instead. Now, for the same 4 keywords, Semantic Scholar works on semantics, works on the interconnections, the placements, the frequency of these words. And instead of drowning you in thousands of papers, if you are lucky enough, you would end up having hardly, say, 300, 400 papers that are much more manageable, much more relevant to what you're trying to find. Does it mean I can forgo Google Scholar altogether? I definitely did not mean that. Start with Semantic Scholar and then later on fill the gaps with Google Scholar. That would make your entire process much more efficient. Nothing much here. It is pretty similar to Google Scholar, works, feels, and looks the same, just that it is a bit more efficient. One huge limitation in the way we look at literature is we look at literature as just a collection of papers, a collection of individual papers. In reality, literature is this continuum of a story that started a few decades ago, a few years ago, depending on whatever field you're talking about. And this story has branched out in different ways. And you are somewhere arriving in 2025 on one of the branches, and you're trying to fit a piece of the puzzle that has been missing all along this story. Now, when you look at literature as an interconnected web or network of papers, instantly the way you mine for papers, but then also the way you present literature within your papers improve marketing. So the process with which we find connected literature, connected through citations and references, is called citation mining. Now, this is a very simple process. Say I find a paper published in 2017, and this paper has around, say, 50 references. Now, all I have to do is go through the reference list of this particular paper I'm interested in, and then just search for each of the papers, read them. I don't read the full text. I maybe read the title, read the abstract, maybe the keywords, and then I take a very simple decision. Should I save this paper? Should I not save this paper? Yes, save it. No, just ignore the paper. Similarly, I pounce or I kind of try and find the forward citations where there are papers that cite this paper in 2017. Now, this entire process is pretty straightforward. It is simple. It has no creativity whatsoever. When a process is this simple, an AI tool can do a much better job than you can. And that is why these literature mapping tools like LitMaps, Insightful, Research Rabbit, you name it, these literature mapping tools usually do a much better job of helping you go from 0 papers to your, say, first 50, 100, 150 papers or so. How exactly do they work? You can start with a set of keywords, author names, or even one paper or a handful of papers from your reference manager. These tools essentially, at the first step, at least LitMaps, at the first step, it figures out or it finds the 20 papers that are most related to your initial search collection of papers. And it presents these papers in the form of a network that tells you about when papers were published, the timeline of publication of papers, and also how popular these papers were in terms of citation. Now, if you just go back one slide, I told you there is just one key decision to make in finding literature? Read title, read abstract, yes or no. Now that decision is already taken by litmus. All the papers that did fall under yes category is what is populated in the map, but the tool does not stop there. It also allows you to make that decision for yourself. You get to read the abstract and the title of each of the papers. And if you like what you're seeing, you can save the paper for your next round of search. You can keep doing the searches one after the other to arrive at your initial pool of 100, 150 papers. Now, how is a literature mapping tool better than Semantic Scholar or Google Scholar? Google Scholar, Semantic Scholar. Both of them are top-down tools. They dump a huge number of papers on you, and then you filter out at each stage to arrive at the 100 papers. This is a lot of work. When you go the literature mapping way, these follow a bottom-up approach, which means at every single step you are involved. And by the time you arrive at your top 150 papers, you would have hardly wasted time on an extra 30, 40 papers that were not suitable for your search, because at every single stage, the search becomes much more stringent, allowing for only relevant papers to pop up in the collection. Now, one other way to find papers is when, say, I'm reading a blog post, I'm reading a news article, I find something very interesting. Just that this information is not from a journal source. It is from an informal source. I want to find the corresponding official source or a formal source for this information. I can simply copy the paragraph, throw it into this tool called Sourcely. Sourcely will find out the key strings. It will figure out key strings. It will run database searches and give me a list of formal sources that are related to this informal information that I found on a random blog post, helping me quickly move from informal information to very credible sources that I can use on my paper. When I open the session, talking about how ChatGPT can be inaccurate, how ChatGPT can go into hallucinations, does not add citations, does not give you references. It's not exactly a flaw of ChatGPT for a majority of the population. If asking generic questions is why you prefer ChatGPT, it works beautifully well. It's when you expect these tools to behave like academic tools, that is when they falter. Why use generic tools when you can have academia-specific tools like consensus? On consensus, when I want to ask a question, I don't have to do any kind of prompt engineering, because this tool by default knows that I'm asking a research question. The answer has to come from journal articles. All information should include citations, and a reference list has to be generated at the end of the information. And that is why the output from consensus looks something like this. The paragraphs might look very similar to ChatGPT, the output from ChatGPT, but the difference is on every single one of these key points, these bulleted points you see, every single point is substantiated by one or more citations. You just, when you're on the live tool, just hover your mouse on this number. You have a pop-up, click on the title. You can go to the original source of the article, the original journal web page, which means I don't have to trust this AI tool. I get my answers, but then I also have ready access to the original source. I can verify the information before I use this information on my own manuscripts. Now there are two questions. Is this content plagiarized? No, this content is not plagiarized. If there are some overlaps with published papers, it's usually inadvertent. This is a proper summarizing tool. So if this is not plagiarized, can I use this content as it is on my manuscript? My answer would be yes, if you are talking about using the content as a reference material, as a template, as a crutch on your first draft. But if you're talking about using it on your final draft, it cannot be used because though this content is not plagiarized content, this is still AI generated content, and publishers have very clear guidelines about using AI content for your manuscripts. We'll talk about publisher guidelines towards the end of the talk. A second set of tools where you can ask your research questions are these data extraction tools like Elicit. It could be SciSpace, it could be Answer This. On these tools, what you get is, apart from these nice summary answers, you have an option where you can essentially create a literature tabular column. Just like how you would create one on an Excel sheet, the tool creates the Excel sheet for you. You can find very specific information from across 100 papers in one go. Say, I want to have the abstract summary. I want to have the methodology. I want limitations. I want research gaps. I want future directions. I don't have to open 100 PDFs individually. I can simply uh, ask the question into Elicit, and Elicit will create this tabular column. I can add whatever columns I intend to, and these specific information from across 100 papers is available in a downloaded format that will help me quickly navigate multiple papers to see which papers exactly have the information that I am looking to find. Good papers don't just happen by accident. They start with good questions followed by results presented in good language and at the right time. But all of this essentially rests on good academic questions. And Chat Academia is a tool where you can prompt the tool to find a research question for you. It not just finds the question, it also reruns the question across databases, validates it to tell you if the question has already been answered or explored by a different researcher. This is one of the tools where you get very straightforward sets of research questions. Of course, this is still an AI tool. I would not pick a question directly out of this tool, but I would still use that as the starting point to frame my own questions. Now, all the literature tools that I was talking about, they work beautifully well if you're talking about narrative reviews. But what about SLR? What about the systematic literature reviews? You cannot use those tools because journals are not really approving of the use of AI for SLR at the moment. Therefore, you can try using tools like Ryan, which don't write the SLR for you, but which offer an AI supercharged interface for multiple authors to come together, take collective decisions, create the Prisma flowcharts, create the PICO frameworks, for instance. All of that can happen within one single user-friendly interface called Ryan, which also has an AI component that after a certain stage will kick in to help you choose which papers qualify to be a part of your SLR, which don't. Now, the question of SLRs is a bit tricky because the recent tool called AutoSR, it has already published a preprint article showing how this tool can do an entire systematic literature review in a few hours, which normally would take at least 1.5 years to 3 years to complete. This tool can get it done in a few hours. The paper is available as a preprint. You just have to go to the AutoSR site, click on the link, read the preprint to see how good the tool is. But I'm pretty sure this paper will only remain a preprint and will not be accepted for publication because doing an entire paper with an AI tool is not within the publisher guidelines at the moment. Next comes a stage where you have to read and understand papers. SciSpace Copilot offers a nice interface in the form of its chat with PDF option where you can upload a paper, ask questions to the paper, but more importantly, anytime you don't understand certain sections of the paper, you can simply highlight the section and there is this option called Explain Text. Here, the feature essentially explains every single terminology on your content It helps you understand the background information, and it even helps you understand the math and tables. So say, for instance, you have an equation in a paper you don't understand, just use this feature, screenshot it. The tool will tell you what the terminology means, why this equation is important, and so on. So this is a great way to read papers, especially if you are young, if you are new to the field. How about listening to papers instead? Why should I always only read papers? Why can't I listen to papers? You can with tools like Speechify and listening. So here on these tools, they provide an option where you can listen to your papers no matter what format they are in as you are doing something else. If you are a multitasker, then these AI are for you, where you can listen to the papers while also doing something else. Now, how about the ethical considerations of using all of these tools? Two questions. One is, how ethical is it to use the tools that we have discussed up until now? Tools for literature finding, completely ethical, because they do not alter the paper content. They only act as glorified search engines to help you find those papers faster. Data extraction tools, they are a bit tricky. You can use them to quickly find insights from papers, but you cannot use the AI summaries directly in your paper, not in the final version of the paper. When it comes to tools you use for listening to papers, if you're talking about published papers, there are absolutely no ethical concerns. These are very legitimate tools you can use to listen to published papers. Only when you want to listen to your own papers, your unpublished papers, you should be a bit careful about the data privacy policy of the tool. Now, summarizing tools like Scholarcy are a bit tricky because they do a great job of summarizing multiple papers. So Scholarcy even converts your papers into these nice little flashcards that you can use as cue cards, or you can even quickly convert it into a set of PPT slides. But the problem is the content that comes out of these summarizing tools, though they look really nice, they are still AI generated content. So treat them as such. Always follow due diligence to ensure AI generated content does not end up on your final version of the manuscripts. Not just listening. Now, writing manuscripts can also be supercharged with AI in the form of tools like AudioPen, for instance. Here, you don't have to sit and type your manuscripts. Instead, just dictate your thoughts. This is not something new. We have had transcription tools for quite some time now. But what tools like AudioPen bring to the table is that they don't just capture your notes and convert them into textual content. They actually proofread your content. Even when you speak in broken sentences, the tool intuitively tries and fills in the gaps in your sentences, corrects grammatical errors, corrects structural errors, so that the output is in proper, polished, formal English. This is of great help if you are not a huge fan of typing, and also if you need a one and all tool that captures your thoughts, also does the proofreading job for you. Imaging tools are a bit tricky, despite the availability of quite a number of tools that can do a lot of creative drawing options for you, because AI generated content are not accepted by publishers. When a content is completely generated by AI, and when you don't have much control over how the output looks like, such AI generated content cannot be used in manuscripts, cannot be even used in graphical abstracts. So what is the solution here? Can AI not be used? Not necessarily. You can find tools like Wondershare, eDrawMax. These are kind of hybrid tools. They are template-based tools where there are these nice template images you can start from to create your image, but then it also has an AI component that can fill in the gaps for you. But what is different? Unlike Midjourney, unlike Adobe Firefly, the images created on eDrawMax is completely editable. You can edit the images completely, which means the human has more control over the output. You can use these images in your manuscript just make sure you're mentioning that the image was created using such and such software. The declaration of the name of the software used to create the image is very important. A good alternative is Visme, which can help you create these quick graphs. Not exactly statistically accurate graphs, but quick visualizations can happen pretty nicely with Visme. What if I don't want quick visualizations? I want accurate graphs with proper statistical analysis. I want SPSS to happen on ChatGPT. How do I do that without coding, without breaking my head much? You try out tools like Julius. Julius is pretty similar to ChatGPT when you come to think of it, where you can upload your data, ask very simple questions in English, in natural language. You can talk to Julius like you would talk to ChatGPT. You can ask Julius, okay, this is the data that I have on tabular columns 1 and 2. What kind of analysis should I run if XYZ is my end goal? Once you know the end goal, just say, okay, Julius, run ANOVA. Okay, run, after you finish ANOVA, do this correction on the results that you get. Julius can handle these tasks and is one of the very trusted entity when it comes to statistical analysis in the academic circles. Now, here, what exactly is the ethical consideration? One is where publishers are not completely open about using AI for statistical analysis, data analysis yet. The second concern is you are giving in your raw data, your key data into an AI tool. So one thing you should ensure is look at who the company is, look at the tool, look at the data privacy policies of the company, ensure that your data is safe before you use these tools. This is a popular tool, very trusted tool, but always do your own due diligence before you hand over your data. If some of you work with qualitative data like focus group data, interview data, then Insight 7 is the AI tool that you are looking for. For those of you who use survey responses as your data set to start your research with, then you should definitely try out this tool called Kindo to help you glean insights from very complex data sets that come as survey responses. Managing references, ideally with a reference manager like Mendeley or Zotero. But if you did not have a reference manager, if you did not use it, and you're looking for a shortcut to solve this problem of converting references from one style to the other, then you can check out this tool called Thrix. The reference styles are slightly limited at the moment, but it does a very clean, very quick job of converting large volumes of references from one style to the other. English within manuscripts is always a bit tricky, especially when we come from a country where English is not our first language. In addition to Grammarly and Quillbot, a great alternative for tackling language issues is Paperpal. I'm sure the next 1 hour would be dedicated to PaperPal, so I'm not going much deep into it. Just know that right now, PaperPal has a solution for almost every requirement around your writing needs, right from brainstorming to AI peer reviews. PaperPal has a very elegant solution. How about these magic wand tools like Jenny, for instance? So Jenny is a tool where you can give a prompt about your literature review and then set your terms. Jenny will create an outline from scratch and then it will start writing one sentence after the other. Not just writing, it also adds the appropriate citations. It also generates the reference list at the end. What more, Jenny now also has a reference management capability, which means if you are writing within the Jenny interface, you don't need Zotero, you don't need Mendeley. Reference management is integrated within Jenny interface. The feature is also available with PaperPal. I'm sure you learn in the next 1 hour or so. It's all good that I've completed my manuscript, added figures, did my statistical analysis. How about formatting my manuscript as required by the journal guidelines? I think the only set of AI that has a solution for this is Sizeways. It has an option where you can format your manuscripts as per the guidelines of different journals. It's not a straightforward process, but it can be done. And recently, 4 5 days ago, SciSpace introduced something called an agentic AI called SciSpace Agent. Now, on this agent, it's a vertical AI, which means you can ask the AI to do pretty much anything. You can set the AI to do a complex task that has multiple steps. And there you can also format your manuscripts. You can upload your manuscript, ask the agent to format it as required by the guidelines of a particular journal. I'm sure the agent would be able to tackle that. How about checking the manuscript to see if all sections are available, if references are okay, if the language is okay, and so on? That is where you would have to switch back to PaperPal for its option called Manuscript Check. Here on PaperPal, you can upload your completed manuscript. Why are we doing this? Because we want to check if all my sections are in place. I have added all the authors, I've added keywords, all my references are good, they are not very old, all my references have in-text citations, all my in-text citations have references, and so on. So to do that, this is not a journal specific check, but this is kind of a pre-check to your journal submission checklist. Run through PaperPal, get this checklist done, and then you can go for your proper formatting as required by the journal guidelines. This will ensure that your paper is not returned back to you because the basic requirements, the basic components were not placed appropriately. No matter how careful you are in collating your manuscript, when your paper undergoes the peer review process, usually a huge number of changes are asked of your paper. And normally, peer review is what delays the publication of your paper. Can AI help me during this process? Yes, it can. So it essentially in the form of tools like Paper Wizard, where you can upload your draft manuscript. Say I have finished writing a paper, I'm ready for submission. I can simply upload the paper to Paper Wizard and get a mock peer review. It is a peer review, but it is an AI generated peer review. So finish the paper, get this AI generated peer review, and then check if all the key suggestions made by this tool like Paper Wizard is really relevant. You can decide which of those suggestions are good enough and you want to include as a part of your manuscript, and which of those suggestions you can kind of ignore even. Yeah. So once you do this mock peer review and you revise your paper accordingly, what happens is that now you have a much, much better paper. Everyone is happy. The editor is happy because the paper is good enough. It can be moved into the peer review process. The original peer reviewers are also happy because the critic, the major critic that they have to come up with is already addressed. And you as authors, you're happy as well because now instead of the paper having to go through 4 rounds of peer review, it gets accepted after 2 rounds because it's already perfect to start off. So Paper Wizard again is one of those tools that were built by academicians for academicians. But I would still suggest, since you are handing over your hard worked paper that carries data from your past 2 years or so, do your due diligence. Always read through the data privacy policies. Essentially, we are looking for a tool which will not store your data, which will not use your data for any training purposes. In that case, you can go ahead and use the tool. So with these last set of tools again, Not much ethical considerations because you're not allowing these tools to make changes. When you use PaperPal is not making any changes to your manuscript. Yes, it makes language changes, but you have control over if you want to accept the changes or not. Even with Paper Wizard, the tool gives you a review. You decide if the review is valid, if you want to take it forward, which means the only concern you should have with these last set of tools is data privacy. Will my data be safe? Will my paper be safe if I upload my paper into one of these tools? Is the key question that you might have. Some of you might be from social sciences background, and there is this resource exclusively for social sciences where there is a list of AI tools, and it also gives you how these tools can be used and so on. You can actually download the list from the Scholars Junction site at Mississippi State University. So if you're from the social sciences, this might be handy. Not that it cannot be used for other sciences, but the tools are some of them are specific to qualitative research and mixed methods results and research in social sciences. Now, all research has to start with money. You can have that $1 million idea, but without the funding to back it up, the idea cannot come to fruition. That is where writing grants has become a huge part of doing research. And will I trust an AI tool to help me write my grant proposals? It's a very layered question, at least for me, because when I'm handing over my finished manuscripts, a lot has to be stolen from my manuscript for it to be reproduced. But when I'm talking about my grant, all it takes is kind of swiping off my key idea, my core idea, to replicate my grant elsewhere, which is a huge risk I'm taking when I'm using an AI tool for designing my grants. Though there are n number of AI tools, I don't really see an AI tool that is backed by good academic teams. So right now, I'm kind of on the wall when it comes to using AI for writing your grants. Atom is one of the tools I stumbled upon pretty recently. I believe this works much better in the US context, where once you have a grant proposal, you can use Atom to figure out which funding agency or which funding program should you be applying to. Where will this particular grant idea have the best chance of winning the proposal? Maybe because the granting agency has approved similar proposals in the past. I'm not sure how good it works in the Indian context. You can definitely give it a try. Making those midnight presentations is a quintessential part of academia. Are there AI that will help me make my presentation slightly interesting? Yes, Prezi is one of those nice tools where you can have these interactive presentations if you are someone who wants to spice your PPT deck, or if you are a very conventional person who needs a very simple PPT like deck, just that you need AI to take over and help you with creating the deck, then you can try Gamma, you can try Pop AI, you can try Techtopus, beautiful AI. There are several options. Now, with these presentation tools and even otherwise, AI in general works beautifully well if you are an expert or a semi-expert. You know what the endpoint has to look like. You have a pretty good idea of what goes into the endpoint, but what you do not know, or rather what you do not have, is the time to go from the scratch point to the final endpoint. If that is your problem, then AI works beautifully well. But if you are a young researcher who has no idea what the endpoint has to look like, AI might not be your best choice, because AI is a novice, you are a novice, two novices put together don't make an expert. So you will have to do your groundwork, get your notes in order, and then maybe use the notes as the starting material to allow AI to make the text so that you save time on your designing, structuring, and so on. That does work. Good presentations, good talks, they are not about good PPT slides. At the end of the day, the audience, they are here to listen to you, to hear your perspectives. And if you cannot communicate your thoughts effectively to your audience, then no matter how good your presentation is, does not really land. AI can help you in honing your presentations as well. No matter when you finish making those PPTs, middle of the night, middle of a weekend, tools like Poised, they are always available to you 24 by 7 to give you feedback in a non-judgmental, anonymous environment, simply on a video call, for instance. So you present your work, the tool tells you if you are too fast, if you are too slow, say if you are using a word too many times and so on. This allows you to improve on your presentation skills. And this is one of the tools that you can safely introduce to your students as well, especially those who need communication training in the last year because they have to defend their project or because they are sitting for a placement interview, for instance. We are almost towards the end of the first half of the day, at least first half of what I have to share with you all. Before we wind up, there is a important question to answer. Now that we have gone through quite a number of AI tools, the blanket question is it ethical for me to use any or all of these AI tools on my next scientific writing project? The answer is yes, but also no. Yes, if you're trying to use these tools as your assistants, but no, if you want these tools to take over, replace you, do a part of your job, because then the product is no longer human generated, and that causes a set of dilemmas in its. What do publishers have to say about the use of AI? It is difficult for them as well. They are also still learning. As challenges come up, publisher guidelines are constantly evolving. But one place where there is an unanimous agreement is that AI should not be used to an extent that it qualifies to become a co-author. Even when it does, it should not. Even when it does, you cannot add AI as a co-author. Right now, publisher guidelines clearly forbid the inclusion of AI as a co-author. Where can I use AI safely then? You can use AI safely in the earlier parts of the project, like brainstorming ideas, creating the basic structures, for proofreading your manuscripts, not paraphrasing, just proofreading, because paraphrasing is a bit tricky. When you paraphrase, the final content might still show up as AI generated content. Anytime you're not sure, okay, I have used this tool, but I'm not sure if I should declare the use of the tool, please go ahead and declare it. Let the editor and the editorial board decide if it is necessary or not. Always look for AI declaration statement on the journal that you're trying to publish your manuscript with. Follow the exact format, follow the requirements that are spelled out in the AI declaration statement and also in the AI use policies of particular journal. Even if you are submitting to the same journal after a few months, go back and check, because these policies are evolving at a pretty fast pace. Now let's talk about our new nightmare called AI content detectors. How accurate are they? At the outset, they are completely inaccurate. They have so many discrepancies and inaccuracies simply because there is no way in which you can differentiate between human written content and AI written content. Especially in research, both look more or less the same. Content detectors look for some arbitrary stuff like burstiness, perplexity, complexity of a sentences, which is not always the right criteria, or the use of certain words that ChatGPT loves is not criteria enough to differentiate between AI and human generated content. Because what if some of us are Shashitaras? What if our natural way of writing is to use big, flaunting words? What if that is how we have been writing all along? It's not fair to call our writing AI generated just because I don't use normal words everyone else uses. So this is something that you should always remember. It's not accurate, but it is here to stay. I did a small experiment with copy leaks. So I copied a small AI generated content from Jenny to see if copy leaks can catch that it was AI generated. Copy leaks was good. It could catch that 100% of the text was generated by an AI. Now comes a new problem called humanizers. So, humanizers are essentially AI tools that can take AI generated content, rewrite it, and cheat AI content detectors. Tools like Stealth Writer. I wanted to check if this is true. So, I made Stealth Writer rewrite the same paragraph, and then when I go back to Copy Leaks, which is the content detector, this thinks the paragraph here was 100% written by a human. This certifies that this is human text, but I can assure you that this text was written and rewritten by two very different AI tools. And because I employed a humanizer, the content detector cannot find out that this is written by an AI. Now, I'm not here to inspire you to use humanizer. In fact, the contrary. Because though this looks like a nice shortcut, when you humanize content, what happens is the content loses its style, loses its essence, and it sounds very awkward, very different to a trained eye. So, AI content detectors, they are flawed, they are not accurate, but publishers don't have any other choice. It is being used. So you will have to pre check your manuscripts for plagiarism and AI content, make necessary changes before you submit. When you're trying to make the necessary changes, using a humanizer tool is not a choice, is not an option, simply because this tool messes up the text. It makes it very informal, and that beats the entire purpose of writing formal content for your manuscript. Now, there is this story in Greek mythology which talks about how fire, once upon a time, belonged only to the gods. The humans did not have fire. Prometheus, a very young god, brings fire from the gods or from the heavens and hands it over to humans. This is how humans got fire, or that is what mythology believes. I'm not so sure how true that story is, but I'm pretty sure that when fire was discovered for the first time, not all humans were happy. Some humans would have looked at this shiny, burning thing and would have thought, okay, this is warm, this is nice, this gives us light, so it'll keep us happy. But most of the humans would have been terrified looking at the fire because it could destroy everything in its path. It could kill humans, it could kill animals, it could destroy forests. But because humans decided to move forward despite their fear, today we don't just have fire. Every other revolution, every other industrial revolution, every other discovery we are talking about today, or the invention we're talking about today, would not have been possible without fire. We owe it all to fire. So, yes, there is pessimism, but let the optimist lead as well. Because today we have a new fire amongst us, and that fire is called artificial intelligence. It is scary on some days. It has a lot of problems, lot of flaws, but that should not stop us from giving this technology a chance, because it could be a great addition to what we humans already have, but with a lot of caution. We cannot just open our arms and say, okay, AI, come take over the world, but let's use AI judiciously and with a lot of caution, because the problem is not the technology. The problem is how, where, and why we want to use AI tools. If we use them correctly to outsource redundant tasks, these lower IQ, lower creative thinking jobs, then I think we are headed in the right direction. I hope you would all give AI a better chance after the session. On that note, thank you for having me here. And this is where you can find me post the session. The QR code takes you to my LinkedIn page where I write about AI for research, AI for higher ed. I also talk quite a bit on designing your manuscripts, writing it efficiently, and getting it published at the right places. If you want to reach out to me after the session for whatever reason, for a quick question, or for a session at your own institutions, you can always drop a message on WhatsApp. I'm not great with calls, but I'll always reply back to WhatsApp. And you can also drop me a mail if you want to reach to me. But then also, if you need some manuscript editing services, we have a team of editors who work through the entire publication process alongside you. You can always drop us an email. And if you like today's preview, maybe you'll also like our upcoming 2-week bootcamp that will happen in the last 2 weeks of August. It's completely online, late in the evenings on Indian time. Just drop me a message. I can share the full brochure. Now, this is where I would like to personally hear your feedback on the session, uh, especially as to where else AI can make research writing and publishing better. How else should we be leveraging AI? What other concerns do you have when it comes to using AI in your research? And when you submit the feedback form, as a thank you note, you'll receive a PDF list of all the tools and even more tools than what we discussed during the session, so that you don't have to go back to your handwritten notes. Even if you missed taking down the names of some of the tools, I have a neatly organized list that will be shared to you once you submit the feedback form. So now I'll also share the links on the chat box, so that even if you miss the QR code, you can still do the feedback form and also stay in touch. Yeah, I'm just coming back to your queries in a moment. Just give me a second. And if you have any questions, you can drop them into the chat box. You can unmute and ask. Anything is fine. But you will find the feedback link and the my LinkedIn page on the and my contact details on the chat box as well. So I'm just going to scroll up the comments to see if there are any specific questions. Yeah.
Some of the questions which are put up by the audience, madam.
Yeah. So I'm going to take one right now, sir.
One by
Just
one. Sir, madam.
I'll take it up from the chat box. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Nirbhay sir will read out one by one.
Huh,
Nirbhay
okay.
sir. Nirbhay sir, please read out the question one by one
Okay.
for madam
So,
to answer.
okay. Thank you, ma'am. These are the few questions which I have taken from the chat box. So,
Okay.
very first question is, are Wondershare and Idra Max allowed in all the journals?
No, I see that this question is from Radhika.
Yes.
So no, not all journals would allow that. That is why I added a disclaimer saying that when you use these tools, make sure that you declare the use of these tools. Just add a small credit to your image saying that the image was created using such and such tool, and then let the editors decide if they want to allow you to use the imaging tool or if they want some modifications on the images. I also see a second question there where you asked if it is safe to upload your manuscript to PaperPal. So to answer that question, I guess the next speaker is a much better person to take up the question. But in my space, I can tell you that PaperPal has been one of the very trusted academic tools. You should go personally read their privacy policies. I know that the privacy policy tells you that PaperPal does not store your data beyond your account, and then it also does not use your data for training the model, which is a good start. So these two assurances, when you have it, then you know that you can trust the tool with the data.
Okay, ma'am. So you have already answered second question. Now third question is, which tool are best for verifying the authenticity of images used in research?
Okay. I really do not have an answer there, Preeti. Turnitin does not work on images. I should really look that up. I'll maybe try to find if there are such tools available before the afternoon sessions.
Okay, ma'am. And next question is, does uploading the whole manuscript to AI tool ensure our data privacy? Mainly, he or she is asking whether this is part of plagiarism or not,
Yeah.
and as well as
Rajeshwari, what I, yeah, to answer your question, you should pick the right tools. You cannot just Google for a random tool and upload your sensitive data. Instead, always look for tools which have a good company backing, which come from a company that has a track record of credibility. Like PaperPal is supported by Editage. If you're talking about Trinka is supported by Enago. Similarly, when you talk about Paper Wizard was built by academics from reputed academic institutions across the globe. I know that IIT Bombay was also a part of the team that built Paper Wizard, for instance. So always look for the credibility of the tool, credibility of the company and the team that built the tool before you go ahead and upload your data into any of these tools.
So, ma'am, can you take some name or give you hint about the names of the tools which are most reliable?
Sorry, names of
That is,
tools?
which are most reliable in, you can say,
Okay.
data privacy terms.
Uh, I think right now, SciSpace, Answer This, and Paper Wizard also, they do have good privacy policies.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. And next question is, what are the good source in YouTube or Google to get latest update and news on AI tools and AI in general? So I
Okay.
think I can answer this question. You
Yeah.
can connect and send a request to ma'am on a LinkedIn, and ma'am is I know she is sharing time to time many things, so you will be get updated with these information. And next
Yeah.
question is,
So to
are there?
add that, YouTube,
Yes,
more than YouTube, I think LinkedIn is a great place.
yes,
So
ma'am.
just connect on LinkedIn, you will always be updated.
Many professional are just providing the information.
Yeah.
So the LinkedIn link is also available in chat box, so you can connect. The last
So I
question
think
is,
we missed one question here.
yes.
So from Nana, is it acceptable to submit an AI peer reviewed paper for publication? Dr. Nana, we are not making any changes to your manuscript. When you submit your manuscript for an AI peer review, your manuscript remains unaltered. All you get is one peer review report. You go through the peer review report, and if you find that some of the suggestions are really relevant, you can make the changes to your manuscript. So you are making the changes manually. Your manuscript is not altered by AI when you do an AI peer review. Just make sure your manuscript is protected. It is submitted to the right tool to protect your data privacy. Apart from that, the tool will not make changes to your manuscript, so there will not be any traces of AI peer review suggestions in your manuscript.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, one and two more questions. Uh, are there any good content creator on AI? One participant want to ask, and
Okay, there
yes,
are
ma'am.
a lot many people on LinkedIn. So I don't want to brand myself as a content creator, but I do write a lot about different AI tools. And once you're on LinkedIn, you can see that there are so many
Exactly.
content creators, there are so many influencers,
Yes, ma'am.
so many people who practice in AI as well. I think LinkedIn is the right place to start if you want to learn more about AI.
And few questions are subject specific, like give the chemistry related AI tools, ma'am. And
Yeah.
last question
So
is, I think,
I don't think I have the expertise to do that.
yes, yes. So, ma'am, last question is, what are the risk or biases when using AI models for a research? So,
The risk of bias will
Ganesh,
always exist, Ganesh,
yes.
because AI depends on training data. And as long as the training data has any traces of human involvement, we humans are highly biased creatures. So all the data that comes from us has bias. And because we train the AI models on this bias data, bias is inherent in AI models. What we can do is we can be aware that such a bias exists and then act accordingly so that we can kind of balance out the bias when we are using the information that comes out of these tools. That is all we can do. We cannot eliminate bias completely. It's a bit difficult.
So thank you, ma'am. These are the most relevant questions from chat box. Also, additional questions were there. So I will be now. I just want to request the participant. They may get connected with you on a LinkedIn. LinkedIn link is also available in chat box.
Yeah.
So
So
thank you
you
so
can
much,
just
ma'am,
write to me. If there are any left out questions, you can just
yes.
drop me a WhatsApp message and I can answer it there as well. Yeah.
And ma'am,
That's
few participant want, they need PPT or PDF of the presentation. So if you think that it is good, and
I'll share the PDF list of tools anyways, not the
yes,
presentation per se,
yes, ma'am,
but
yes.
it will be a properly organized list of tools. That can
Thank
happen.
you.
Just make sure you submit the feedback.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now over to Dr. Mahakavi, sir.
Thank you so much, madam. Thank you for such a thoughtful, provoking session. It was wonderful. You have explained each and everything with a proper example, with a lifetime example. That was interesting also. And now, we would like to say that we will go for a 10 minutes break, a short break. Then we will join again within 5 to 10 minutes, exactly at 12 o'clock for the next keynote speaker, Doc- Dr. Sadul Nayak. So 5 minutes, we will take a break, then we will start the sessions.
They are universities, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, Stanford. They are hundreds of years old. But my product, you people will show to the whole world that we are super product and nobody can compete us. And with that, I have the courage, I have the conviction to say that MIT University soon will be counted among the top universities of the world. Nobody can stop us.
Gwalior, every time I have been touched by the quality of students, the humility of the students here, the sense of gratitude and the discipline of the students here. It is very rare to find a university or campus anywhere in the world where the quality, the values and sanskars of the students are as good and strong as what I have seen in Amity Gwalior.
and they find themselves doing well in the country. So that is our USP.
Welcome you all for the next session of our workshop. The bridge between knowledge and its seekers is built through introduction that highlight experience and vision. I now request Dr. Nirbhay Singh to kindly introduce our next esteemed speaker, Mr. Nair, who will entitle us on AI-powered solution in academic writing.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I want to welcome everyone in technical session 2, that is basically industry perspective. And our esteemed speaker is Sardul Nair. He's an associate product manager at Purple. And Dr. Sardul Nair began his professional journey as an academician, working for the 3 years as a junior and senior research fellow in reproductive and cancer biology at Indian Council of Medical Research NIRRCH. During this time, he gained deep insight into the challenges and rigor of scientific research. He later moved into academic publishing, joining EDTAs as an academic editor and a subject matter expert. In this role, he guided researchers in refining their manuscript and supported them in reaching their publication goal. At present, Sadhu serves as an associate product manager at Purple, combining his background in both research and editing. He plays a very crucial role in building tools that simplify and enhance the research processes, helping researchers and overcome common hurdle and achieve success faster. So now I just welcome Dr. Nair, and Dr. Nair, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Nirbhay sir. I hope I am loud and clear. That's my
Yes, sir,
audio.
exactly. Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And yeah, just to clarify, I'm not a doctor. I never formally completed my PhD. I dropped out after 3 years. Not that it was scary or anything, so don't get demotivated by that statement that I made. But yes, hello and welcome, everyone. And firstly, even before I begin my session, I would like to thank Professor Kuldeep, Dr. Nirbhay for reaching out to us and making this happen. And it's a great initiative that the university has taken, especially in today's world where AI is changing every single day. Even when we have meeting today morning, just last night, India time, I think OpenAI released 2 open source GPT models for the world. And Claude came out with a new model of Anthropic came out with a new model of Claude. Google released their world model. So every single day you have some or the other innovations, discoveries, and releases happening in the world. So it's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be using AI to our full potential. And with that, I'm just going to share my screen. Second. So can someone confirm if my screen is visible?
Yes.
Awesome. So
Yes, sir, it is visible.
yes. And maybe hide the video panel. Okay. So I think Dr. Soumya did a fantastic job of orienting you all to AI-powered solutions, how different AI tools can help you at different stages of your research process, of your writing process. So I'm just going to keep it brief. And I have a request that I did see quite a lot of interesting questions in the chat. So feel free to drop in your questions. No matter how silly or even if you think those are stupid questions, always ask those stupid questions. So I expect it more to be like a two-way conversation rather than me just presenting the slides. And I understand Hindi as well. So if that's a language you are more comfortable with when having a conversation, please feel free to talk in any native language. So that is also fine. Now, that said, topic for today is leveraging AI and AI-powered solutions in academic writing. And now I do not know what's the background exactly of the attendees here, but I'm assuming most of you all would be either master students, PhD researchers, professors, and beyond. And in all of these stages of our research journey, of our journeys in our career, at these stages, there will come a time where we will have to do some or the other academic writing. It might either be, let's say, a technical report you're writing for your institute, a dissertation after your master's that you might be doing, or if you're a PhD student, you will definitely have to write a paper. You will have to write an essay. You might have to write grant proposals. And if you're anyone, let's say professor and beyond, then definitely your writing journey in your that particular career phase will begin with, let's say, a grant proposal, a project proposal, getting funding, and then writing, let's say, research proposals, then conducting that research, and then writing that research paper. And that is exactly what we will cover. And I will try to be as brief without being very boring. And we will have a lot of conversational questions so that I can answer any questions that you might have. Now, a quick information and facts about, let's say, Cactus, which is the parent company of PaperPal. So while PaperPal might have been, let's say, around for the last 2-3 years max, Cactus as a company has been for more than 22 plus years. And we have very closely worked with publishers, publishing houses, researchers, academics all over the world, providing human services like language editing, scientific reviews, abstract creation, so on and so forth. And currently, our suite of products involve Editage, which is our services side of the company, PaperPal, which is the product or the academic writing and research assistant, which I'll be talking about mostly, our Discovery, which is a literature finder, think of it like literature review solutions, and Mind the Graph, which is primarily a graphical abstract, infographic, or scientific figure creation. These are our lineup of products that we offer to our users. So starting over, let's say AI and research. When we talk about AI, especially let's say to today's audience, maybe when I ask you all what exactly does AI mean to you? So even before I ask that, I want maybe a reply on the chat. How many of you here have used an AI tool? Can you maybe just type in a yes on the chat? I can see the chat, so please let's be proactive. Yes, thank you, Professor. Is that it? Is your professor the only person who has used an AI tool? Nobody else has used any AI tool, not even ChatGPT. All right, so I'm assuming that people are shy on the conversation, but I'm assuming and hoping and truly hoping that you have all used AI tools in some or the other capacity. Now, when we take this question to researchers, especially academic researchers, what exactly do you think AI can help you with, or what is the use case of AI in your research journey? So this is what essentially it looks like. People who use it for, let's say, data analysis, writing assistant, summarizing papers, conducting literature reviews, finding papers, so on and so forth. And along these lines, Elsevier, sometimes in 2024, so they had conducted a study, and that study basically checked the familiarity of AI use in researchers. And this was a pretty larger study that involved, I believe, more than 3,000 participants across the world. And as you can see, majority of them were familiar with AI, but only 50% had actually used AI in some or the other. And the remaining 7% said that, okay, I might use AI. This was back in 2024 when ChatGPT was all the rage. And let's say, as you can see, India had amongst a very good share of people using AI. So definitely AI literacy, AI use is definitely high up in our country. And the survey also asks questions like, okay, when you use AI, what do you think it will do? How will it benefit you as a user? Many said it will accelerate knowledge, rapidly increase medical research, provide cost savings. But at the same time, there's also a different side of the story that these survey participants were wary of, which was, okay, it can be used for misinformation because AI can generate fake information. It can cause critical errors. It can erode critical thinking, because if I'm using AI for anything and everything, then what am I using my brain for? What is it where I'm actually doing some critical thinking? Or there were 79% of people who thought that it can significantly disrupt the society. And those concerns are not unfounded. Those concerns are valid because over the last couple of years, we have seen the impact of AI, especially the incorrect and misuse of AI, primarily in research. For example, this was a paper that was published sometimes last year, and the first line of the introduction section of this paper said this: "Certainly, here is a possible introduction for your topic." Now, those of you who have used ChatGPT, especially over the last 2 years, will know that when you ask a question to ChatGPT, something like write an introduction for me on this topic, ChatGPT usually begins its response with a filler text or a preamble like this. So this is exactly one of the cases of misuse of AI, where the authors of this paper very clearly used some or the other AI tool, most likely ChatGPT, just copy pasted that text, put that in the introduction section, and sent it for publication. And weirdly, the reviewers, the editorial board, all of them missed this very simple observation that was there in the first line of the paper. Similarly, there were other papers that had weird phrases like this: regenerate response. So this is basically the input prompts that a user gives when they are using AI, and then they want the AI to generate that particular text. So in this case, the authors used AI, but they did not do the bare minimum of at least reading the output, modifying that output, and then, let's say, removing filler text and placeholders like this. It is not just text that is affected by the misuse of AI, it is also images. For example, in the previous session, Dr. Soumya clearly elaborated that there are a lot of AI image generators. Like, for example, she spoke about some wizard, let's say BioRender, MTG. These are all different image generators. But the classical ones that you would see primarily on social media would be, let's say, ChatGPT image generation, especially the Studio Ghibli fame. You had Midjourney, which is like the OG image generation tools. And what is the problem when you use these general purpose AI tools in academic research? For example, this paper published in 2024 had this image. Now, not only was the image extremely out of place, for example, they wanted to maybe show the rat testicles for spermatogenesis, but then this was the AI output that they got. And the authors, for some reason, decided that this is perfectly okay. Not only that, if you look at the text over here, it might be a little small, but these are absurd text. These are not even valid phrases. The terminology, the labeling, the proportion, the way in which an actual anatomical testis looks, all of that is out of place. Similarly, this was another paper that was there in the same paper. They provided an image of the intracellular cell signaling, but it literally looked like a bunch of donuts and candies over here. The naming, labeling, the scientific accuracy, nothing about it was actually correct. And this is exactly what happens when we tend to use AI and use any and all AI primarily for your academic writing purposes. And which is exactly what Dr. Soumya also very clearly highlighted, that there are AI tools all around us. There might be AI tools like ChatGPT, which can do anything and everything. There could be Perplexity, which can help you find answers. But then there should be some due diligence. There are the right tools for the right use cases that we have to use. And that is where I talk about primarily in my presentation, which is the potential of AI. And in research, that primarily comes off as using AI in, let's say, literature review, because that is a heavy manual, effort intensive, time intensive task that we have to do when we were doing a literature review. The writing and polishing. Most of us want to write a paper, most of us have to write a paper, have to write a thesis. And when asked what exactly, how do you write a research paper, most of us might say, okay, it should follow the IMRAD structure: the introduction, methods, results, discussion, conclusion. But when asked even further, how do you write a paper? How do you know that a particular published paper is a good paper? How do you write a paper that has a very good flow of information? Everything is appropriate in the right place. Every information that is required by a research paper is provided in that paper. This is something that nobody exactly teaches us, and most universities might help you do research and can talk to you about a particular topic of research, but writing, the actual core writing skill, is something that most of us have never learned by ourselves. But that is exactly where AI can help us with writing and polishing of your documents. Publication and impact. not only just writing and polishing, but it can also help you publish those papers and let's say even create impact even after publication. So I'm going to take each of these sections, let's say individually. So let us now see how AI can help you in your literature review, which is usually the first step in our research journey. Now, literature review primarily means that you have to find a bunch of literature, a particular bunch of papers on your particular topic. The conventional way you would do this is you go to Google Scholar, you will go to PubMed, Scopus, Embase, any of those academic databases, and then you will type in your query primarily as a, let's say, keyword and Boolean based query. For example, if I want to know impact of climate change on sleep pattern. So then I will go to Google Scholar, and to get the relevant papers, I will type climate change and sleep patterns. That is basically your conventional lexical style of querying or a keyword based approach or a Boolean based approach. But then the problem there is, and not exactly a problem, the thing is, when you do a conventional search, Google Scholar can give you, let's say, 1 million hits, which means that for that particular keyword, there are 1 million records that ideally you are expected to read and then come to an idea of which is relevant for you, which is not relevant. So this is one really long drawn intensive process, especially in the initial stages of literature review. And that is exactly where AI can help you speed up that process to a certain extent, such that, let's say, the time from you starting your literature review until you at least getting 70% of the literature does not have to be manual and time intensive. And that is exactly what, let's say, these new generation AI paper recommenders or literature reviewers do. An example of that is Ask R Discovery, which is a tool, an AI powered tool inside R Discovery. The difference between this and a conventional, let's say, a Google Scholar based search is that unlike a conventional Google Scholar where you cannot type in your query in natural language. For example, if I have a question like, does COVID-19 vaccine cause cardiovascular fatalities? If I had to do the same thing in Google Scholar, I would have had to use COVID-19 and vaccines and cardiovascular fatalities. And sometimes I might not even use fatalities. I might just provide cardiovascular. Fatalities might just be another word which might not get me any paper. And then I will get a list of hits. I will read all through it. And then I will come to the conclusion whether a particular paper is relevant for me or not. But with tools like, let's say, Ask R Discovery or Elicit or SciSpace, for any of those matter, you can simply ask your question in natural language. So how does this actually help? So asking that question in natural language is where exactly the power of AI comes in. Because unlike conventional tools, the AI can very clearly understand natural language. And what I mean by that is when you use ChatGPT, you simply ask as you would ask your friend or your colleague, hey, do you know what are the topics about this thing? Or can you find me some papers on this topic? So you don't provide a structured Boolean query. And that is exactly where our discovery comes in. So you can ask your question in natural language. And in the backend, what happens is the AI understands the intent of your question. It understands the semantic keywords which are relevant. Then it goes through the entire literature. At least in our discovery, the corpus is about 250 million plus. And depending upon what tool you are using, the corpus could differ. And it will go through this corpus, identify the top papers that very clearly answers your question. And that is the answer that you will see on your screen when you use a tool like Ask Our Discovery or Elicit or SciSpace. So finding of literature, that becomes much more easier, especially finding of literature that is the most relevant for you. At least once you have a list of at least 10 papers, now you have a good place to begin. You can read those 10 papers, go back to the references of those 10 papers, and then expand your corpus, especially when you are doing, let's say, a large scale systematic review or a large scale literature review. So that is where AI tools come handy, one, in finding the literature. And this is a screenshots of the interface of R Discovery, where you can find your literature by keywords or simply ask a question. You can toggle between different filters such that your response that you get can be personalized for your requirements. Similarly, R Discovery is one tool. You also have another tool called as Research Rabbit. Now, Research Rabbit works a little differently. For example, you can provide one paper. That paper will become the seed paper. And based on that paper, after analyzing the citations and references of that paper, Research Rabbit will create something like a citation map like this, which will basically tell you what are the related papers around that central paper, around that particular topic. So this is where you are, let's say, working slightly backwards, where you have one paper, you want to find out everything else about the paper, the other papers that are related to it, and then you can find that via Research Rabbit. Similarly, Lit Maps is another tool that works in the same way. You can by helping you identify literature maps of a paper that you have provided. I think in the previous session, Dr. Swami also spoke about, I think, size space. LSAT is another tool. And nowadays, most of the LLMs also have some sort of web search attached to it. For example, when you go to ChatGPT and when you ask a question, okay, find me top papers on this, it can theoretically do a web search. Basically, on your behalf, the AI will perform a web search. Let's say whatever web search they are running in the background, it could be Microsoft Bing, it could be Brave, it could be Google, and then retrieve the top papers. But one thing that you have to be mindful of, especially when you are using a general purpose AI, which only has a web search to find academic papers and academic content, is that whatever comes in the web search is going to come into your result. So if you have a random website or a blog article that some or the other, some way answers your question, that blog article can also come as a reference. So your references might not always be academic, which is why for academic use cases, academic purposes, you should use either a tool that is dedicatedly made for academic consumption. Similarly, now let's say you have found your paper. My first job was finding paper. I found my paper. Now, how do you consume those papers very quickly? Because once you get some references, once you get some content, your literature, reading it, understanding it, extracting certain insights, or synthesizing some information from that is the next step, especially if you're in an academic journey. So that is again where a lot of these AI tools can help you read, understand, and consume that papers very fast. For example, if you want to read and understand that paper, but you don't want to have the time to read it, listen to it like an audio. Our Discovery, which is again one of our tools, provides you with that option. You can simply upload the full paper, or if the full paper is available, you can convert that into an audio, listen to it as an audio. Notebook LM, which is another tool from Google, which is very popular, does the same thing. It does so by creating an audio podcast. So if you want a very interesting and fun way to listen to a paper, you can use Notebook LM to read that particular paper. So that those are different ways in which you can consume. There are also ways where, let's say, our Discovery provides certain snippets of particular paper in the form of, let's say, something that is similar for most young generation students, which is like an Instagram status. So if you want to read a paper, but you're not very interested in actually reading through each and every segment, so you can just simply read it, think of it like, okay, you are doing an Instagram for literature review, Instagram to understand content better. So these are some fun and interesting ways in which AI can help you consume that literature faster. Similarly, let's say Scholarly, which is also something that Dr. Soumya mentioned. Scholarly can help you create, let's say, flashcards. For example, you want some key bits from the introduction, from the abstract, from the methods, but you don't want to read the entire paper, just maybe to get a gist or an idea, a rough idea of whether that what that paper talks about. You can use Scholarly, you can provide your paper into Scholarly, and then Scholarly can help you create these flashcards. So these are some highlights, for example, screenshots from different tools that I've provided over here. So all of these tools, whatever I mentioned, Scholarly, let's say Notebook LM, R Discovery, they all help you consume that literature faster. But one thing that I would also like to remind you is that none of this basically replaces the core requirement to read and understand a paper better. This might help you in screening the paper better. For first step, you found papers very quickly. So maybe let's say 30-40% of your time is saved in actually doing like a Google Scholar search. Now, after that, you have to do the due diligence of reading and verifying whether the particular paper is relevant for you. Let's say same thing with consumption. You found your literature, you can simply upload your paper into our Discovery, ChatGPT, let's say Scholarly. You will get information from that paper in easily consumable format. But then does that mean that, okay, I don't have to read that paper in depth to understand what exactly was done? Why did the researchers do a particular experiment? Why did they do this instead of that? For all of that, your core skill of reading the paper is always going to be there. Then comes analysis and synthesis. You have the paper, you have gotten some information from it. You are now sure that a particular paper is relevant for you. The next step where AI can help speed up your process, make your life a little easier, is actually extracting information from that paper, analyzing it, and then synthesizing content. A very simple example, which I think most of you all should be familiar with, is when you use Adobe Acrobat to open any PDF, they do provide an AI assistant. which is essentially nothing but an AI tool that is reading your entire paper. With you can chat on that paper, you can ask it questions as you would, let's say, to ChatGPT. What is this paper about? Tell me what are the major methods of the paper, what are the major results obtained from this research. So things like that. So that is one of the tools you can use to analyze, extract, and synthesize content. Similarly, you have Elicit, which is, let's say, has a dual purpose. You can find literature, but at the same time, it also helps you create a table like this, what we usually call as a literature matrix. But because when you are doing, let's say, let's take an example of a systematic review. Now, when somebody is doing a systematic review on a particular topic, let's say like climate change and pollution, so you might get 500, 1000, 10,000 papers. Now you have to extract insights from those papers. Doing that manually would be time consuming. Because there are AI solutions out there, so you can definitely leverage it, because you are not directly asking the AI to write an entire systematic review for you, but you are using that AI tool, a particular AI tool or tools in combination to extract insights from those paper very quickly. For example, if I have this paper, Elicit can help me, let's say, provide a summary of the abstract. It can help me extract the main findings from that paper. So these things, which let's say down the line can help you in selecting or rejecting a paper or help you in writing that paper, that becomes much more easier, especially when you introduce and actively and ethically use AI tools dedicatedly built for that particular purposes. So that's all the bit about literature, review, reading, and consumption. Now you have done all of this. So imagine your notes and your literature is ready. Now the next step in your academic writing journey would be about writing and polishing. So that is where, again, you have a bunch of AI tools. I think many of them, I think already Dr. Soumya covered. So I will quickly go through it. Now, if you do not wish to type manually, you can simply use voice. So voice transcription has already been there. So what exactly does AI bring in? Because if there were tools even before AI where you can just record your voice and it will transcribe that into text. The power of AI comes in understanding the content, in let's say refining it or providing you the output in any which way you want. So for example, you read a paper. Now you want to write a paragraph of that paper, but let's say you are lazy to type. Or maybe you are reading it in the middle of a lecture, or let's say after the lecture, you don't want to forget it, but you don't want to take notes manually for whatever reason. Because let's say there are better things out there, right? So you can simply use a tool like Audio Pen. You can simply narrate to it in your own voice, because they use different, let's say, speech to text detection AI models. These AI models are very good, one, in capturing your speech and doing that in multiple different languages. An example would be you can simply go to ChatGPT and speak to it in your native language. The model understands, primarily because the AI tools today are very, very powerful. They are trained on the text of multiple different languages. So most of the Indian languages definitely would be supported. Major foreign languages definitely supported. So if you want to tell the AI talk to the AI in your native tone, you can simply do that and the AI will transcribe that for you. And then you can refine it even further. Similarly, Notebook LM is another note-taking tool. So Audio Pen helps you take notes in an audio format, but with Notebook LM, you can literally provide it, let's say your reference papers, your handwritten notes, maybe some course summary, and it can help you create notes across multiple different sources. So again, it is a chat-based interface where you can ask questions. The AI will read through all your corpus and then generate that response for you. Similarly, even PaperPal has a tool inside called as Chat PDF, which works similar to the Adobe Acrobat example that I gave you, wherein you can simply upload your PDF. If you want to ask any questions about the PDF, you can simply ask questions about the PDF. If you want to understand a particular text equation in the PDF itself, simply select it and ask the AI to explain it or summarize it. So those are different things or different ways in which you can use AI-powered tools for note taking. So this is an example of a summary that is generated inside the chat PDF functionality in PaperPal. Coming over to writing aids. Now you are done with your note taking. You have used multiple tools, can be PaperPal, can be chat PDF, can be Notebook LM, SciSpace, you name it. There are n number of tools out there. Once you're done with that, let's say that is where now your actual step of writing a paper comes into the picture. Now, at all of these stages, you could very effectively leverage AI tools. And this is one stage where you have to be extremely cautious. You have to be very responsible and ethical in using an AI tool. Because the problem is today I can go to ChatGPT. I can just type a question, say, give me a 5,000 word literature review on climate change and its impact on mental health. Because the ChatGPT of today has web search capability, it can do a web search, identify references for you, and write that entire 5,000 word paper. Similarly, tools like ChatGPT, Notebook LM, not Notebook LM, Google Gemini, or Anthropic's Claude, all of them have something called as a deep research feature, which is again doing the same thing. You give a topic, it will go back, go through the internet, refer 500, 1,000, 200, 2,000 papers or references, not papers, references from the web search, and then generate a final output for you. And it might be very tempting as, let's say, students, as let's say researchers, for us to do ready-made, you got a ready-made output, and because the language sounds very rich, it sounds very formal, we tend to believe that okay, that is actually correct. But that is where all the problems down the line starts happening. Up until now, you are only using AI tools to speed up certain parts of your process. For example, finding literature, extracting insights from those literature, reading and understanding those papers better, taking notes, extracting small snippets of information. But when you're actually doing the writing of an entire research paper, this is where ethical and responsible use of AI comes into the picture even more so. That is one reason why the screenshots that you see right now, and I will also take a live demo later towards the end of PaperPal, because in PaperPal, you have dedicated features that can help you structure your writing process. If I ask any one of you to write a research paper, maybe the first step would be you need to form an idea of what your research paper is going to look like. Like, okay, my research paper, I'm going to write these topics. Because you're writing a research paper for journal submission, so you already know that it has to be in the IMRAD format, the introduction, methods, result, discussion, conclusion. Now, once that is done, the best way would be maybe you first start by creating an outline. Once you have an outline of what are the topics that you're going to write, and once you already have your references and your notes ready, it is just a matter of populating those outlines by going back to the references, extracting insights, and putting that into your outline. So that is exactly what PaperPal does in providing you with, let's say, a very structured approach for literature. And that is exactly what the outlines feature in PaperPal helps you with. With outlines, you can create a research outline, you can provide some notes, some reference files, and it only generates the outline. It will not do the writing of the entire paper like ChatGPT. Because you ask for outlines, it will only create an outline. Now, as a responsible researcher, I can look at this outline. I can take a call whether a particular information seems relevant for me. Because at the end of the day, these are AI tools. Unless and until you very clearly and in detail tell what you want, it cannot read your mind. It will not give you something that, let's say, you are hoping for. So that is where human review or human in the loop comes in very handy. You always have to be in the loop, no matter what AI tool you are using. Once you have written that outline, once you have written something, AI can also help you with certain small sections, for example, like rewrite. If you have written something in your own words, you are not very sure it is sounding formal, you can use dedicated tools inside PaperPal, for example, like Make Academic. Now, why PaperPal? Let's say, why not ChatGPT? That could be a fair question to ask, right? One, of course, I'm slightly marketing PaperPal here. But the other reason why you have to be slightly more careful when you are using a general purpose LLM or an AI tool in academic writing is because when you use ChatGPT to, let's say, you have a paragraph of text, you want to make it formal. The way you will tell ChatGPT is make it sound formal, make it sound academic, or I want to submit it to a journal, so and so journal, make it appropriate for that journal submission. Now, these AI tools do not exactly know, they have patterns. They know from their training data what a particular academic text needs to sound like, but then they are not tailor made for that one purpose. And secondly, your output is going to be only as good as the prompt you give to these AI tools. If you give a very bare minimum prompt like make it sound formal, it will literally make it sound formal by adding a lot of unnecessary words. It will sound extremely formal. But then does that serve your use case? Does that serve your purpose? Maybe not. And a journal, when they look at it, will say, okay, this is not even making sense. Can you maybe write it slightly simpler in simpler words? So those little nuances of your writing are where dedicated tools like, let's say, PaperPal or Grammarly for that matter, they handle it very well. So here, when you use these tools, the overhead of writing a prompt is not on you. You can simply use it because we have subject matter experts such as myself. We sit, we review, we understand what the academic tone is going to look like. We know that in an academic sentence, there is going to be abbreviations, numbers, in-text citations, references, your p-values, chemical equations, your LaTeX formulas, so on and so forth. All of that needs to be preserved. All of that needs to be understood and retained when you are doing any such process like a paraphrasing or a rewriting or making something academic. And this is exactly where most of the general purpose AI tools might often miss out on. For example, these are some different examples and screenshots of the trim tool, which you can use for reducing the word count, the paraphrase tool, or something, or the make academic tool, which you can use to make it sound something academic. So yeah, these are some examples, and I'll also show them in the demo. Similarly, if you are using, let's say, ChatGPT for generating something from, let's say, out of thin air, for example, you can say something like, okay, write me a paragraph on a particular topic. The AI can give you that. And that is something that we also provide inside PaperPal using a feature called as Write, where it can read, understand your text. It can provide you content. You can attach your reference notes and then generate insights from those reference notes. Or let's say you want to AI to maybe create some ideas, create an outline, or ask a research question, or chat with a PDF. So all these are the different writing aids that are provided inside PaperPal. Now, PaperPal is not the only tool. Let's say you can use Grammarly. You have similar features maybe in SciSpace, maybe in Elicit, or let's say Consensus AI. So there are different tools that you can use. Another interesting and kind of a highlight feature in PaperPal is the research feature. For example, I mentioned earlier that most of the LLMs right now have the capability of doing a web search. And because it's a generic web search, you might find blog articles, you might find random website content in the final response. And that is not relevant and that is not useful when you are writing an academic research paper. That is where the differences start coming in. And that is exactly what the research and research feature does. So with research, we have a corpus of 250 million plus papers, open access papers, papers from PubMed, Semantic Scholar, preprint servers, OpenAlex. And when you ask a question, the responses are always going to be backed by a valid published academic paper. And it is not going to be a blog article or a random website. And because in academia, just finding a paper and reading that paper is not enough. You also need to cite that paper, which is why we also provide with a citation tool such that, let's say, if you are using Zotero, if you are using Mendeley, or if you're using some expensive tools like EndNote, you can use PaperPal, let's say, to do some of the tasks that otherwise Zotero, Mendeley, EndNote does as well. And we also support more than 10,000 different citation styles. Similarly, citation tool, PaperPal is one. Zotero, Mendeley, EndNote, these are other tools. And unfortunately, your tools like ChatGPT or let's say Gemini, Notebook LM, they are not able to actually cite references. But as Dr. Soumya mentioned in her session, Jenny AI or maybe Grammarly to a certain extent, I believe, can actually cite references in your paper. And these are the academic tools that you need to use instead of ChatGPT, instead of, let's say, DeepSeek or any other free AI tool, especially when you are dealing with academic citations or especially when your use cases involve academic references. Now, coming over to the next step of your process, you have cited papers, you have read paper, you have written some content. You might have academic data that you need to analyze, that you need to create graphs, charts, and visualizations of. Again, this is again where AI can actually help you. Now, back when I was doing my research, if I had to create a plot like this, I would first have to, let's say, manually write down the data in an Excel sheet. Then I need to understand first myself. This is my experiment. This is my data. What is the correct statistical test? First, I need to have clarity. If I did not know the answer, I have to go to a biostatistician. I have to go to my senior, to my PI, my professor, and ask them, this was the experiment, this was the setup, which test is most significant, which is the most appropriate test. Then they will tell me, okay, do a t-test, do a student's t-test, do any other chi-square test, or any non-parametric or parametric test. I will then go to another third-party tool like, let's say, SAS or GraphPad Prism, and then I will have to understand how that tool works. I will provide this data. It will then analyze that data. It will ask me for a bunch of inputs, and then it will analyze it and create, let's say, references, the tables and graphs like this. So all of these steps, the individual steps that I mentioned, AI tools like ChatGPT, like Claude, like Julius AI can actually help speed up much, much faster. And what do I mean by that? Imagine you have done an experiment. It can be a survey, it can be a quantitative or a qualitative experiment, right? Now, you don't know which is the best statistical test or which is the appropriate statistical test. The conventional wisdom is okay, you can go to a biostatistician, you can go to your professor. But this is where AI tools can also help educate you. You can get an understanding from an AI. For example, you give enough context to tools like ChatGPT, Anthropic, or Julius, it can tell you what is the appropriate statistical test, and it can give you a reasoning as well why that particular test is important. You can, of course, verify it. And not only that, when I mentioned in my experience, I had to use a third party tool like GraphPad. Maybe you will use Excel or Power BI or any other tool, right, to actually create visualizations and graphs. Now, what if you don't have access to any of them? What if you want to get it done simply by AI? You can do that because at the end of the day, how the statistical test is run in the background does not matter as long as the appropriate statistical test is run correctly and the output is correct and validated by you. So for example, this is where you can provide, let's say, AI tools like Julius with your data. You can ask it for guidance. It will run those statistical tests in the background, maybe using Python code, maybe using any other code, and then give you the final outputs, give you the graphical visualization. So this is how AI tools can speed up that process of, let's say, doing that statistical analysis or creating visualizations and graphs. And these tools also provide something called as a show code button, so you can always see the code that was run in the background. If you want to verify, if you're someone who does not understand code, but you want to verify it, you can simply copy paste it, ask the AI to verify it once again. The AI tools these days are very good at verifying or self-verification. So that is where you can effectively use AI tools for running statistical analysis, creating visualizations, graphs, and tables. So that said, moving on to the next segment, you have created statistical analysis, you have created tables. Now, the next step, one of the components in your research paper is going to be figures. Now you have to create figures. And at least during my time, I would use PowerPoint. It was a very painstaking process. I had to create each component, shade it, color it, do all of those fancy jazz. But now there are AI tools that can literally create something like you see on the right. For example, the left is an original figure that was created manually, entirely using PowerPoint. And on the right is something that was created with an AI-powered tool called as Mind the Graph, which is another tool that we offer. Now, this is exactly where AI can be used in creating figures. That figures need not just be an infographic, a graphical abstract. It can also be different AI tools that Dr. Soumya mentioned during her talk, where you can create flowcharts, visualizations, or mind graphs, so on and so forth. Now, why do you want to use dedicated AI tools, especially when there are tools like stable, what do you call that? Stable generation, Midjourney, ChatGPT. Even ChatGPT can create images, right? And there are a lot of other tools like that. So why does dedicated AI tools matter, especially for creating images? Now recollect the first slide that I showed you about that rat with really big testicles. That was an incorrect representation, especially in the context of academic writing and academic paper. For example, when I ask AI to create a generation, let's say, image of a cat playing, a child playing with a cat, this is what it creates. Now, this literally looks like a DSLR image for that matter, like an HDR image. Now, I really want to ask this group, how many times have you seen an image like this in an academic research paper? Let us say the paper is about behavioral sciences of how kids behave with pets. Now, how many times have you seen an image like this? It cannot, because the scientific images, scientific figures, they have a certain style, a certain pattern to it. And on the right, you have, let's say, the same prompt, but created via MTG. So this is where the difference between a generalist tool like ChatGPT, Midjourney versus a specific tool like, let's say, Mind the Graph or even BioRender comes into picture. And this is another example. Let's say on the right, you see ChatGPT, and on the left, you have scientifically validated illustration of, let's say, a woodpecker. And you can go back to Google search, you can check what a woodpecker looks like, and it is going to look exactly like this because the illustrations that we provide via Mind the Graph, they are scientifically valid and scientifically accurate. Whereas whatever comes from ChatGPT, it is not custom built or validated, let's say for any academic use case. It literally has seen a lot of images of woodpecker. It can even be a woodpecker wearing, let's say, black glasses, maybe in a meme. So if you ask it to generate that, it can still generate that. So this is where the difference between a general tool versus a specialized tool comes in picture. Similarly, you can also, let's say you have done with your tables, you're done with your figures, you can use AI for polishing as well. And by polishing, I primarily mean, let's say, language and grammar correction. Now, this is one of the highlights of PaperPal because PaperPal is amongst the few tools out there, or perhaps even the only tool out there that can help understand and provide you with grammar suggestions on academic text. For example, you use Grammarly. Grammarly is general purpose. It does not distinguish between an academic text versus a regular email that you might be sending to your professor. Whereas with PaperPal, because it is built, it is trained to understand these academic documents. It understands technical terminologies. It understands the verbiage. It understands the usages of terms, of phrases, and then recommends changes appropriately. Now, what is the problem? Let's say when you use something like ChatGPT over here, because every time we mention AI, the tool that first comes to our mind is either ChatGPT, Perplexity, now that it is free via Airtel, for example, or maybe DeepSeek, again, because it is free. But with ChatGPT, you literally, there's no way you can get a language and grammar suggestions like this. Because with ChatGPT, you will have to either provide the text, either you have to copy paste it, or you are providing it as a file, maybe like a Word file, and then you are writing a prompt, change this for, let's say, improve this for language and grammar. But you don't know what that AI model is going to do, why it made a particular change. So all of those little nuances that becomes very critical down the line is actually covered by specialist tools like PaperPal, for example. And of course, your general purpose AI models cannot provide plagiarism or journal submission checks. It can do an AI review to a certain extent, but that is where specialist tools, for example, like PaperPal, Grammarly, or SciSpace, all of these tools comes handy because we have dedicated features that helps you with plagiarism check, that can help you provide a similarity index of your text, that can help you provide a journal submission check. For example, now that you have done with all of that, you want to actually submit your paper to a particular journal because you're done with the writing, you're done with the polishing, you're done with plagiarism check. Maybe this is a step where you would submit a paper to a journal, right? And even at that stage, your tools like ChatGPT cannot offer any tailored support or assistance. Now, one common question that comes to your mind is, I have written a paper. I don't know which is the best journal to which I can submit my paper. Now, I can do a Google search, I can ask ChatGPT, but it might not be very relevant because it is not meant to do or handle tasks like that. So that is exactly where, let's say, tools like the Journal Finder, which is provided by Editage, which is a parent company, comes handy. You can either provide an abstract, you can provide keywords, or you can upload an entire paper. And this is unbiased. For example, you will get a list of unbiased journal recommendations based on the content that you have provided to the tool. So this is where, let's say, journal recommendation and a lot of other minute information about the journal. For example, what is the citation score? What is the impact factor? What is the SGR ranking or quartile? For example, if you want to filter a particular journal by any of these criteria, you can do that as well. You want to find open access journals, you can do that. If you want to identify journals by the time they take to publish, that is a metric that only we have so far. You can simply use the time to publish to identify what is the ballpark figure the journal takes for a particular paper from submission to publication. So all of these things can be supported via the use of AI because AI makes these matching, scope matching, identification, understanding of, let's say, the content, all of this becomes much seamless, especially using the AI tools and the power of AI. Some general information or whatever I mentioned earlier. So let's say you can get comprehensive information about journals, the topics that they have covered, the scope, the ISSN number, the DOI. And as I mentioned, you can provide your abstract or simply provide a topic or upload your manuscript, and the tool will recommend the best journals for you. So yeah, so now that you have found your journal, at this stage, even at this stage, PaperPal, tools like PaperPal, and I think PaperPal is the only tool that actually provides custom checks, or let's say a general purpose journal submission checks for that matter. You can upload your entire manuscript to a particular, to our journal submission check tool. It will run all of these different checks that you see right now on your screen, and it will tell you whether these information are present in your manuscript. Have you missed something? Let's say the references, have you provided all the references? Have you incorrectly added some reference in the citation in the abstract? Or have you provided 20 references in the end list, but only cited 18 in the main text? Issues like this, which a general purpose tools cannot catch, can be caught by using dedicated AI-powered tools like the pre-submission check tool in PaperPal. And this is what the output would look like. Similarly, if you want help generating, let's say, cover letters, tailored cover letters for journals, different types of letters, PaperPal can help you that as well. Or even correspondence, for example, you want to create a plain language summary, PaperPal can help you do that. But so does other AI tools like, let's say, like ChatGPT. You can ask it to generate a letter, and in all likelihood, it will give you a very good letter as well. So yeah, this is again a snippet of the Mind the Graph tool that I have. So now that I have spoken a lot about how AI tools, or how, let's say, even PaperPal for that matter, can help you in each and every step of that academic writing journey. Now let us see what exactly do journals say, because a lot of you all must be having this question. I am using an AI powered tool, be that PaperPal, be that ChatGPT, Grammarly. Is it safe to use these tools, especially from a journal submission perspective? Now, the rules, the policies, they are evolving even now as we speak. But one thing is very clear, at least when you look at guidelines across most major publishers or from standard organizations like ICJME or World Association of Medical Editors, the rules are very clear in that you cannot assign an AI as an author. So even if, let's say, you have done some cheating, you have the entire paper written by an AI, you still cannot attribute authorship to that AI. You can't say ChatGPT or PaperPal or Gemini or Grammarly as one of the co-authors, because they do not meet the criteria or the credit criteria for meeting the authorship requirements. So that's one clear indication that journals tell us. And what about the use of these tools? And that is where most of the journals, let's say more than 98% of the journals, they do not prohibit authors from using AI tool. You can use ChatGPT, you can use PaperPal, Gemini, SciSpace, any and all AI tools you can use, as long as you are declaring them. And I think Dr. Soumya very clearly explained in her segment of this format of declaration. Very simple thing that you can do to verify is go to the journal website, check their author guidelines page, see what do they talk about AI policy or generative AI policy. And if they mention that you have to declare, you can simply declare that, okay, I have used PaperPal for language and grammar correction. I have used ChatGPT for creating an outline or for brainstorming, or I have used XYZ AI tool for, let's say, translating or making something more formal. That is all that journals require. But again, there is one thing that I have to, let's say, also we have to be cautious about. And because this also presents us with a loophole, right? Because you are like, okay, journals are acceptable, I only have to disclose. Does that mean that I can write an entire paper using ChatGPT and simply write a disclosure? Absolutely not. Because writing a paper is one of the core things that you learn. It's like those rite of passage, like a trademark for any researcher. Okay, I have written a paper. But if you outsource the entire thing to an AI, and if you do not validate it, if you just use the AI output as is without even making some modifications, let's say for the tone, that is a very problematic thing. And that is something that journals may or may not tolerate. And even if, let's say, you do this process, because there are paper mills out there, you have papers generated by AI getting published, getting accepted. Does it mean that you can do that and get away with it? The answer is most likely no. Even if you get away, there's always a possibility that down the line, let's say 5 years down the line, 6 years down the line, when AI detectors become very, very good, they will retrospectively flag that, okay, this paper AI generated. Your paper might get retracted. You might be, let's say, in a very good position in your life down the line. But imagine having to face that retraction, or something you did 5 years ago comes back to bite you. That is a problem that we see happening every single day. The authors that I mentioned in the initial slides, those who used AI, who even got their papers published, it was found retrospectively. After the paper was published, maybe somebody who read the paper flagged it on peer list, or let's say flagged it with a journal, and the journal then retracted those papers. And then that initiates inquiries against the universities of those authors. Even at the time when they were doing their PhD or their research, or even right now, your credibility is questioned entirely. So all those things we have to be very mindful of, because AI tools are here to stay. The AI tools are not going to go anywhere. But at the same time, simply because an AI tool can do something for you does not mean that you just use it blindly. The responsibilities that you have as a researcher, as a student, as an author becomes very much key during the entire process. And there's another set of, let's say, commotion going around that, okay, what about my critical thinking? Like I am using ChatGPT, okay, ChatGPT is eroding critical thinking. Because the paper that you see over here, right? Let's hide this. This was an actual paper that was published, I think, undertaken by an MIT university, which actually looked at, I believe, 35 or 40 participants and checked their brain activity when they are using ChatGPT for a task versus when they are doing that task all on their own. It was no surprise that when you do something on your own by yourself, you're actually using your brain power. But does it mean that, okay, I should not use ChatGPT because it is going to erode my critical thinking, or I should not use any other AI tool? Absolutely not. And what I have to say here is AI tools are just tools. We have to be mindful of the fact that these are tools that can help improve our processes. For example, you can find literature fast. You can extract insights faster. You can read papers faster. This does not mean that your responsibility to go and read that paper in full, to very clearly understand that paper, does not go away. That responsibility always lies with every researcher, with every student. So that is why we use all AI tools, but use them as tools, not to replace the entire process, but to augment or assist you in multiple different pieces. For example, previously when you had to write an email, you would literally have to think, what is it that, how should I write it? If your English is not very good, you would maybe ask your supervisor, or you might use Grammarly. But right now, you want to write an email, maybe to your professor, let's say a very polite email asking for leave for Diwali, for example. You can simply go to ChatGPT. It will give you an email, and for all intents and purpose, you can use that email as is, because the use case there is writing an email. But can you do the same thing for an academic paper? Absolutely not. So those little nuances comes very handy. And before I close, this is what I want to leave you with. Follow this principle of every. Evaluate. No matter what AI tool it is, even if it is PaperPal, ChatGPT, even if it is claimed to be the best tool out there, always evaluate your output. Verify. When you're asking ChatGPT for something, it gives you a reference. Do the due diligence of clicking that reference, going through the reference. Because what AI tools can also do is force fit a particular paper, even if it does not make any sense in that original paper. For example, there's a paper on climate change and something else. You asked a question on climate change simply because climate change was there. This was one of the top hits. The AI will try to force fit that particular reference into a paper. And that is something where you have to verify. Engage. Engage with the tool. When you're using ChatGPT, when you're using PaperPal, when you're using Chat PDF, you're using SciSpace, don't just give one single prompt saying write something and then leave it at that. Go deeper, engage with the tool, because the tool can unlock a lot of information, a lot of value. The more you use it, the more you engage with it, the more you understand it. Revise. Don't use any outputs as is, no matter which tool you are using, especially if it is tool that is generating text from nothing. For example, if you are extracting insights from notes, because those information is going to be grounded on your notes, maybe the extent of modification that you need would be deleting some words or some sentences that is not relevant. For example, think of outline. But let's say when you are asking GPT or PaperPal's write feature saying write a paragraph on climate change, it will give you a paragraph on climate change because it has knowledge of climate change, but don't use it by default as is, because you have to modify it to fit the story that you are writing. You can't follow the story that ChatGPT tells you. It is like those Indian parent mentality, let's say, where ChatGPT output, if you use it directly, it is like your parents telling you, okay, look at Sharma ji ka beta, be like Sharma ji ka beta. You are literally be like Sharma ji ka beta. You don't want to do that. You are your own self. You have your own story to tell. Your research is not the same as somebody else's research. And that is where you have to revise, you have to modify content to suit your requirements. And the last thing is you, because AI tools, like I mentioned earlier, is here to stay. These AI tools are not going anywhere. The sooner you adopt it, but the sooner you are responsibly adopting it, responsibly and ethically using it, that is going to benefit you in the long term. And with that, I leave you with one slide, let's say, of the different AI tools that you can use. I can provide it separately as a PDF later on if needed. And these are the links to the tool. I can also provide this in the particular PDF. And yeah, you can contact me. Let's say I'm available on LinkedIn, or if you have any general query about PaperPal, you can simply write to hello@paperpal.com or reach out to me on my professional email ID or reach out to me on LinkedIn. So I will also share this in the chat if needed. So yeah, that's it from my side, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay, so
Yeah, Mr. Nair, I have one question.
yes, please.
Yeah. Uh, while writing research articles, this PaperPal helps in at many stages. Means drafting outlines, correcting the English and grammar, doing this literature search, or inserting the reference.
Correct.
Is there any possibility to find out the missing text or wrong citation within the text?
So currently, PaperPal does not have that, but we do have solutions which are primarily B2B facing, something called as pre-flight. So we have a bunch of pre-flight checks that we are in the process of bringing into PaperPal. It's not there as of now, but what you mentioned, right? For example, if you have added a citation that does not make sense, if you incorrectly added a citation, let's say a citation about climate change in an AI
No,
paper.
no, sorry. I think that is the means one another aspect of checking the reference whether they are
Correct.
relevant or not. The
Correct.
basic check should be that the reference is cited correctly. Say everything is fine, but page number is wrong, so you never
Oh, okay.
reach that paper. Okay, or because
Mhm.
now is available. Most of the journals, standard journals use DOI. So if the
Correct.
tool can check the DOI whether it really exists or not.
No, so currently PaperPal by itself does not do that. But what I mentioned earlier, right, the reference check which is there in our B2B solution pre-flight, which we are in the process of integrating, that does all of this. So your validity of the references, whether the references that you have quoted, they are valid, whether the reference is making sense in the paper, whether let's say the references are retracted, too old, too new. So these some of these things, for example, too old, too new, that is there in the journal submission check. But what you mentioned, the validity of the actual references. For example, uh, let us say hypothetically, a student generated a particular reference from ChatGPT. ChatGPT can also create a DOI link. It can even create DOI link of non-existent articles. Now, one of those links comes up in a paper. How do you identify that? So those kind of checks are only there on pre-flight bit, not there in PaperPal as of now. And that's a good question, sir, because one thing I would like to also highlight, take this moment to also highlight what sir has rightly said, is in GPT, in ChatGPT, tools like ChatGPT, Gemini, the pure AI tool, when you ask it to create DOI, it will create a DOI. And it is not creating a DOI by going into any corpus or finding for that DOI. It has seen what a DOI looks like in its training data. For example, you ask it for Aadhaar number or PAN number, it might have seen the pattern of what an Aadhaar number looks like. It's a three combination of four numbers. It understands what a PAN number look like, what a driving license look like, or what a US social security number looks like. So my request is never use tools like ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Gemini for finding references. You can find references, but always verify. Don't trust the DOI that you get from these AI tools as it is. Although compared to, let's say, 2 years ago, now the extent of hallucination, this is a problem called as hallucination. When the AI is not able to find something, but because it is trained to give you a response, it will generate something on its own. It will cook up something completely fake. And that's a problem. Although in today's world, the extent of hallucination has come down, especially if your use cases around DOI, never use these AI tools.
So PaperPal
And sir,
support, yeah, PaperPal support checking of AI content. Say,
No, AI detection is something that we have not supporting as of now, and primarily because it is still a gray area, it is still evolving, and the target is also moving. Like for example, 2 years ago, if you would use ChatGPT, you might get problems of tortured phrases, where let's say you say something like neural networks, it might convert that into neuronal pathways, which might not even make sense in an AI paper. But those issues have considerably reduced because the AIs are becoming much more smarter, which also means that the detectors also have to simultaneously start becoming much more smarter. And also because of something that I mentioned earlier, journals are not prohibitive of AI tool use. They have like, okay, you can use whatever tools you want, but that is where the responsibility lies with the authors and the researchers, like how you are using those tools. And that is why it's still a gray area, and which is why we are very cautious in going ahead and just providing an AI tool because there is a demand.
The issue or the problem is that things means there should be some check. Because if someone start misusing the AI tools, then the literature will be weeded. Means
Correct.
it is very difficult to find out the right things and what is the just generated by AI. No experiments were done, but simply text generated from the AI.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'm just checking the chat for questions, but I do not see any questions here.
Sir, I have few questions.
Yes, yes, please. Yes,
And
Dr.
very first question is, sir, how the paper pearl differ from the journal or open AI tools like ChatGPT or AI Gemini? Means what
That's a fair question.
specifications are there?
Yeah.
Yes.
So as I mentioned, like ChatGPT is not built for academia. Like for
Yes.
example, ChatGPT is built for anything and everything. You want to
Yes.
generate image, you want to write code, do anything, you can do that with ChatGPT. But PaperPal is primarily built for academia. And unlike ChatGPT, just to make sure that people are using it ethically and at different stages. So we have dedicated features that handles only that particular requirement. You want to create an outline, you can create an outline. You want to, let's say, refine your text using the rewrite features to make it sound more academic, you can do that. And in all of these AI features, with ChatGPT, the thing is your output is only going to be as good as your prompt. Like you write a one line, one sentence prompt, you will might get a very limited output. But another student who uses the same input gives a very detailed prompt with each and everything of what they want in the output, they might get a much better output. So with PaperPal, we have ensured that the overhead of writing the prompt is handled by us because we have subject matter experts who understand what academic text looks like, what an academic rewriting and rephrasing looks like. The third distinction is tools like research and cite. Because we have an academic database of more than 250 million plus papers, when you ask a question, the references that you are getting is always going to be a published paper. So with ChatGPT, you may get a published paper along with websites, blog articles, any random thing that will come in the top 10 web search result. So all of those is eliminated. Hallucination is none. We ensure that there is no hallucination. And down the line, even after have you written your paper, you want language and grammar suggestion, ChatGPT cannot provide that. Plagiarism check, journal submission check, these are things that only specialized tools like PaperPal offer. ChatGPT will never offer these.
Okay, and second question is, sir, whether the paper pearl is enabled with the tools which indicate the content is cross-reference cited or not. Like uh, this is regarding the referencing paper pearl's enability regarding the reference detection and their cross-reference checking.
So reference checking as of now is only limited to, let's say, identifying whether there are missing references and citations in the journal submission check. But what I
Okay.
mentioned earlier in response to Dr. Kuldeep's question, right? So those
Okay.
things are
Okay.
currently not there, although it's there, let's say, in different aspect of it.
And what about, sir, retracted data, like whether
Yeah.
it is able to hint some,
Yes.
you can say up to some extent that whether the content is based on some retracted data, because new data which is going to be submitted in some journal, suppose we are preparing some manuscript and it is based on some reference which is already retracted. So whether it is a
Correct.
cross, you can say verified, or there is any tool which indicate that whether we are secure and we can go ahead.
Yeah, so the research feature that I mentioned earlier, right? So basically, if there is a retracted paper here, so we have very neatly and painstakingly labeled all the retracted papers. We clean all of them. But even if,
Okay.
let's say, if you want to, let's say, if you do find it, you will find a retracted tag along with it. So now with research, like for example, if you use something like research, right? Now you will get references. So it cannot identify from an existing paper whether something is retracted or not. But the references that you will get here that it retrieves to
Yes.
answer your question. All of those
Yes,
are
sir.
going to be actual papers, not retracted or anything. And in the
Okay.
worst case, let's say we have another feature in PaperPal called as the search paper. If there are any retracted papers, you will find a retracted tag along with the references over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And sir, last question is like whether these tools are enabled with some, you can say, technological advancement is there that they are able to detect if something is cited or something is considered or taken from some source like paper, research article, review article, or some patentable data, and which is not part of permission granted, or means someone have not taken permission and using these things in their own article and presenting as their own, or unintentionally something is here and they are not aware of that, we need to take permission, or so whether these tools are enabled to indicate the authors, researchers, academic people that you need to do this first, or they have some hint or
No,
indication regarding the same.
PaperPal for one does not have this capability, and I also
Okay.
don't think I remember any. I can't recollect any tool that does this because there are
Okay.
when you talk about permissions. So
Because
usually
this
that does
question
not
is
apply.
moreover related to image citation.
Images, exactly,
Because in that
exactly.
case, sir, this create a problem.
Correct, correct.
Yes.
So like you have tools like something like image twin. There is a tool
Yes,
called
sir.
image twin which can basically identify duplicates. For example, you have
Okay.
an image, you upload that to let's say image twin. If that
Yes,
particular
sir.
image has been let's say taken directly from another paper, so it can find that paper, like it can identify that okay, this image already exists out there. So
Yes,
that is
sir.
a very indirect way. But other than that, especially if you are providing graph, or maybe if you are using let's say like a data set, maybe if it's an engineering or computer science document and they have used a data set, but that is not covered under Apache license, for example. So stuff like
Okay.
that, I don't know any tool that can actually look for it. And
Okay, sir.
but yeah, image twin is the closest that comes to image duplication concerns.
Yes,
But
sir. Thank you, sir.
most
So
welcome.
these were the questions from audience side, uh, which I obtained, but a few question maybe in means chat box. So you can also see, sir, if there is any possibility to answer.
I don't see any chat. I think there are
No.
none, but
So thank you, sir.
most welcome, most welcome.
Okay, so now this is time to thank our speaker, Mr. Sardul sir, for a wonderful session. And basically, this is more application oriented. So I think audience get very benefited with these things which you have delivered here. So on behalf of this team, I just want to put a special remark like thank you so much, sir, for giving us time. So we will meet after the lunch break. So
2 p.m. we will join again. Around 2
okay,
p.m. we will join again for the next
next.
session.
Okay.
For the session, interactive live demonstration session with Dr. Soumya Rani Madam.
Yes, yes.
Please, everyone, please wait for the session after 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we will start. Sharply at 2 o'clock we will start the next session. Thank you, everyone.
You can also send your questions in chat box. We will collect all question, and at one point we will try to answer these all questions in a last. Okay, after the last session, we will try to give you answers of all questions. Those were relevant. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity and all the very best. And make use of all the AI tools. Educate yourself and definitely use AI tools. Don't be scared.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you
Okay.
so much, sir.
All right. Bye, everyone, and take care.
All meet at 2 p.m.
AI university universities, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, Stanford, they are hundreds of years old. But my product, you people will show to the whole world that we are super product and nobody can compete us. And with that, I have the courage, I have the conviction to say that MIT University soon will be counted among the top universities of the world. Nobody can stop us.
Whenever I have visited Ahmed University, Madhya Pradesh, here in Gwalior, every time I have been touched by the quality of students, the humility of the students here, the sense of gratitude and the discipline of the students here. It is very rare to find a university or campus anywhere in the world where the quality the values and sanskars of the students are as good and strong as what I have seen in Amity Gwalior.
There are universities, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, Stanford. They are hundreds of years old. But my product, you people will show to the whole world that we are super product and nobody can compete us. And with that, I have the courage, I have the conviction to say that MIT University soon will be counted among the top universities of the world. Nobody can stop us.
Whenever I have visited Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, here in Gwalior, every time I have been touched by the quality of students, the humility of the students here, the sense of gratitude and the discipline of the students here. It is very rare to find a university or campus anywhere in the world where the quality, the values and sanskars of the students are as good and strong as what I have seen in Amity Gwalior.
Amity University Gwalior USP is the quality of education that we impart and the placements, because the taste of the pudding lies in eating. So once our students are picked up by good companies and they find themselves doing well in the country, so that is our USP.
There are universities, Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, MIT, Stanford. They are hundreds of years old. But my product, you people will show to the whole world that we are super product and nobody can compete us. And with that, I have the courage, I have the conviction to say that MIT University soon will be counted among the top universities of the world. Nobody can stop us.
Whenever I have visited Amity University, Madhya Pradesh, here in Gwalior, every time I have been touched by the quality of students, the humility of the students here, the sense of gratitude and the discipline of the students here. It is very rare to find a university or campus anywhere in the world where the quality, the values and sanskars of the students are as good and strong as what I have seen in Amity Gwalior.
Amity University Gwalior USP is the quality of education that we impart and the placements. Because the taste of the pudding lies in eating. So once our students are picked up by good companies and they find themselves doing well in the country, so that is our USP.
लाइट यहाँ नहीं आ रही है इससे। हेलो।
Good
सो
afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. So now I want to welcome you all in session 3, that is demonstration of AI tool for research. And topic is learning by doing, transform knowledge into expertise. And welcome back everyone. We now move on to an interactive hands-on session. I once again invite Dr. Shomya Rani KS to conduct a live demonstration of AI-powered tools for a research. This session will provide practical insight into enhancing research productivity while maintaining ethical standards. So over to you, Dr. Shomya, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Nirbai. So let me start by sharing my screen. Before that, I just wanted to ease slowly into the session by giving you a set of resources or just one specific resource. Just give me one moment. I'm just setting up my screen here. Yeah. So in the morning session, I think both the sessions, we had a good list of tools that were introduced. And we talked a bit about how ethics works around these tools, how the publisher guidelines works around these tools, and so on. The plan for the final session, the session 3, is to take you through a handful of tools, 3 to 4 tools ideally, that will form a singular framework that will take you from your, say, a few keywords to collecting your literature, to extracting data from your literature. And then I'll also show you how you can integrate the literature that you find using these tools into a reference manager like Zotero, for instance. And then we'll also be talking a bit about PaperPal, where I'll give you my framework as to how I would go from brainstorming an idea to finishing my paper on the PaperPal interface. Yeah. So let me start by sharing the screen. One of the first resources that I wanted to share with you today is a site called aiforeducation.io. So is my screen visible? Do you see the web page here on my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is a resource. This is essentially a team of AI enthusiasts who are trying to create frameworks for introducing AI into the education ecosystem in the US context, mostly in the K-12 sector, not exactly in the higher ed sector, but several of their resources do have applications beyond K-12, beyond education as well. So one of the resources where you can start exploring is this free resource center you see on aiforeducation.io. Let me also copy paste the link for you. So where is the chat box here? Yeah. So I'm just typing in the link into the chat box. And yeah, so once you're on the site, you can just scroll down And what you'll see here is the free resource center, where there is something called prompt library for educators. So this, yes, these are prompts that are for creating your lesson plans, creating your rubrics, creating your assessments. But these prompts also are great examples as to how a detailed prompt could be designed. It's very simple examples, very nice examples. Say, for instance, I can pick this option called lesson plans, for instance. So say I pick lesson planning, because that is something most of you do on a semester in, semester out basis when you have to start teaching a course. And then say I pick lesson plans. Okay, why do I not see lesson plans? Yeah, here they are. And then this, the example that I provided in the morning session was based on these prompts as well. So essentially, these are prompts that you can use on any of these general purpose AI tools, provided you're in a very, very early stage. Say you're in the beginning of a literature review process. You just want to kind of soft launch and using an AI tool to start the process. In that case, you can engineer your prompt to ask these very base level questions to any of these AI tools, right? From ChatGPT to Gemini, DeepSeek. And now that several of you might have access to Perplexity through your Atel numbers and connections, you could try out these prompts on any of the tools. And these prompts that you see on the screen, they could also be great starting points for designing other similar prompts, just that the criteria has to change, but the, okay, but the core idea of the prompts, okay. The core idea behind designing prompts, they more or less remain the same. So if you're looking at general purpose AI tools, I would say have your own collection of prompts, prompt frameworks that will come in handy for different tasks. So you can basically custom make your own prompts for different purposes. And I'm sure you all have experimented with customized GPT at some point, where ChatGPT has this option where you can custom make a GPT. Say, for instance, I am a blog writer. Every day I wake up in the morning, I pick up a topic, and then I start writing a blog. That's what I do every day. And my criteria remain the same through day in and day out. Say I have certain rigors for the research I do for the blog. And then I have a certain style of writing. I have certain sources that are my favorites to collect information, for instance. Now, these base set of instructions do not change from day to day. I can make all of these standard statements into a set of prompts that can help me build my own GPT on ChatGPT, so that I don't have to keep repeating the same set of instructions every day. I can just walk in and say, okay, today we are writing a blog on this particular so and so topic. Apply everything that has been already built into the GPT. That is the base. But when we are talking about research specific tools, how do we use these tools? And we always start with a literature search. So when it comes to literature search, when it comes to literature mapping tools, Litmaps is always a good start. So I'm going to start with Litmaps. And I believe I have the pro version on this account. If that is the case, you can essentially check out Litmaps for everything that I do as well. But you might be limited in how many times you can use Litmaps and so on. So when you're on Litmaps, just Google for Litmaps and you would land on the appropriate site. You just have to do a simple login. You don't have to create an account. Instead, you can simply use your Google account to log into these tools as well. Almost all the tools we're talking about today will work from a Google account. So just log into your email IDs or into your Google accounts on your browser. Go to Litmaps, log in using your Gmail ID. When you do that, so I have designed this session to demonstrate certain aspects of a tool, and then I'll give a pause of 5 to 7 minutes so that you can explore the features, ask questions, and only then we'll move ahead. So when I'm demonstrating, you can concentrate on the screen because you will have time to explore the tool for yourself. I'll give sufficient amounts of breaks in between. So on lit maps, how do you start searching for literature? Ideally, lit maps works if you already have a handful of papers. Say I already have 5 to 10 papers. I would like to expand on this literature collection based on just these 5 to 10 papers. It works. But then it also works if you have no idea, you just have a set of keywords in your head. Okay. Now let's assume that I'm starting from a blank space. I don't have a paper. I don't have a literature collection. All I have is the set of keywords, the core idea on which I would like to start correcting literature. Now, I am, as a person, interested in this lifestyle change called intermittent fasting. So, intermittent fasting is when you don't eat anything for 16 hours in a day out of 24 hours, and then you keep all your eating within a window of 8 hours. So, this is said to be very beneficial for your health, especially if you have metabolic diseases like diabetes, fatty liver, and so on. Thanks to COVID, every single home nowadays, we have someone who's suffering from type 2 diabetes. So let's say I'm someone who's interested in researching if intermittent fasting is truly beneficial in type 2 diabetes. So I have two keywords. One is intermittent fasting, and the second one is type 2 diabetes. So I just key these details, hit on search. Okay, is there a way to automate these kind of admits to avoid them popping up here? Okay, or maybe someone else with access could take care of this so that it doesn't pop up every so often on the screen. Okay, so when I ask this or when I key in these keywords, now remember, Litmaps is not a tool that will work based on keywords. It has to work based on the papers because it is a tool that relies on citations and reference networks for creating your maps and collecting literature, which means you will have to pick a paper or a handful of papers from which the literature map can be created. So I given a set of keywords. The tool gives me a set of literature that it thinks is the most relevant for these keywords. I could also set a small time filter to make sure that I am finding the most recent papers. And because this field does not have several of the papers, I would... Okay, I'll pick the most relevant for now, but you can also set the time filters. And when I'm someone who has no idea what these papers are about, who the top authors are, the only criteria based on which I can pick papers is based on the citations. Usually, a paper with higher number of citations tends to have good connections, interconnections with the literature. But since I already have one of these maps, I'm going to go with this article called Corley, or maybe I'll go with this article called Obermeyer. You can pick any article. You can simply use this add to litmap feature to keep adding articles to the litmaps. And when you have selected papers, you hit on generate litmaps. Now, the map that is generated here is called a seed map. It is your primary map. And in my case, the primary map is only dependent on one single article. And usually when the primary map happens, so don't worry about the colors. I'll come to it in a bit. So this is the paper based on which I wanted litmaps to create this initial primary map that you always see in green. And all of these circles here, they represent different papers, and the lines connecting the circles are essentially direct connections that exist between this paper and all the other papers within the map. And this one paper here seems to be a very well connected paper, and the rest all, they do have sufficiently good enough connections. Now, because this is a map always has an x-axis. It's consider it more of a graph. And normally the graphs have an x-axis, they have a y-axis. In this case, the default, okay, so can this be removed by any chance? Can the settings be changed so that everyone is let into the meeting and nothing pops up on the screen? Maybe. Okay. What was I saying? So the x-axis here is recency. The y-axis is number of citations, which means when I look at this literature map, all articles are, the new articles are on my right side, the older articles are on my left side. So old articles, next, 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 and so on. The recent articles are on the right side of my map. And when I look at the vertical axis, the the papers with lower number of citations, they are at the bottom of the map, whereas papers which have the highest number of citations, they are on the top of the map. So essentially, this paper published much earlier, it has the highest number of citations, and I see that the recent papers published have not yet garnered sufficient number of citations. This can be changed. So you can change the x-axis, you can change the y-axis to different metrics, like the reference count or momentum or map connectivity, for instance. All of these are defined. I'm not going in depth into them because our purpose, our goal of being at LitMaps is not to create this literature map. This literature map is not exactly something like your bibliometric map, for instance, that you can use on your paper, but rather this is just a quick representation of how well the paper is connected. We are here to find literature, which means I will have to find a way to see. All I see here are just circles and lines. I need a way in which I can validate if this paper is truly a part of literature that I want to collect. How do I do that? I need to read the title and the abstract. How again can that be done? Just click on the circle. Any paper you want to read on the map, click on the circle, and you have a panel that opens up which gives you the title. And usually when the abstract is available to LitMaps, you see the abstract here. In this case, the abstract is not available, but the title is a hyperlink. Click on the title. And you're taken to the original journal page where you can read the paper, the entire paper if you so want, to decide if this paper is relevant. Say after reading the paper, I did find the article to be relevant. Now I have two things to do here. One is, first question or first decision is, should I include this article into my final lit map? Should this be a part of my literature collection? If the answer is yes, you can just click on more like this. Now this paper gets added to your collection of search literature that will be used for finding more literature. A second thing you have to do is you have to start classifying these papers in one way or the other, organizing the papers, because otherwise, after you have discovered 200 articles on this map, it will be very difficult to see or navigate through these papers without classification. LitMaps does not have a folder in folder mechanism, which means you cannot create these. Sorry about that. You cannot create these nice folders, yellow folder with an yellow folder kind of a system, but rather LitMaps follows a system. Let's go back to the original map. LitMaps follows a tagging system, which means you can color code different papers. You can add something similar to hashtags, what you use on your social media, for instance. So I open this paper, I read this paper, say I like what I see, I add it to my collection, and then I add what are known as tags to this paper. And before I can add tags, it is important that I create the tags that I want. So just below the, on the left working panel, below LitMaps, you would see something called tags. Now use this plus symbol here to create a new tag. So you can pick a color, you can pick a tag name. There are no hard and fast rules here. This, you set the rules here. You set what name you want and you create these tags. Say, for instance, I have tags like health, diabetes, intermittent fasting, introduction, discussion, because I might want to classify the same paper in multiple ways. For instance, let us assume this paper belongs to diabetes. So I go to tag, it's about diabetes, it's about health, it's about uh, say intermittent fasting. But then when it comes to where I would place this paper, maybe I want this paper to go into my introduction section. So I tag that accordingly as well. Now, just by looking at the color code, once I keep doing this color coding for quite a number of papers, just by looking at this yellow color here, I can see this paper talks about intermittent fasting. And just by looking at the um, the teal blue here, I can say that, okay, this is a paper that belongs in my introduction. Color coding helps classify papers, helps finding papers easy. Say, for instance, I do all of this tagging for 200, 300 papers, and then I just want to see all the papers that I have tagged to fall under introduction. I just have to click on this. Just click on introduction. All the papers that are tagged with introduction will open up. I'll show it to you at the end. I don't want to disrupt the map right now. Okay, so I do this for the next paper. Read the abstract, read the title, click the title if you want the full text. Once you are done, hit if you like the paper. Yes, then if you want tagging, you can also tag it. The next paper. Ideally, you would be spending a few minutes on each of the papers, but just to save time, I'm going to add as many papers as I can get my hands on. So what happens to papers that I do not want? You don't have to do anything. Just ignore those papers. Papers that are not handpicked by you will automatically be phased out during the next round of search or next round of expanding the map. So just focus on what you like. You don't like a paper, don't do anything, just ignore it. Now I have vetted all of these papers. I have picked papers that will go on to the next round. In most cases, when there are around 20 papers, at least 15, 16 papers would be relevant. The rest, 3 or 4 can be ignored. Now, once I have read color coded, I have added papers, I can hit refresh to use all of these papers that I handpicked to create what is known as a secondary map. But I'm going to pause here to give you 2 to 3 minutes to reach this point where I am. You're opening lit maps, starting with a set of keywords, getting a list of papers. You can also start with the DOI of a paper you're interested in. That is also okay. Pick one or more papers, explore it on lit maps, and then explore the tag feature and click on each of these circles to open up the title and the abstract, read them, and then add papers, or rather select papers that will go on to your next round of search. Okay. So I don't see any questions. If you have questions, you can ask. You can just unmute yourself and ask. In the meanwhile, I'm going to pause for a few minutes to allow you to reach the same.
Ma'am, you can continue, and in last we will take questions, because at present no questions from
Okay.
audience.
So it was not just for questions, it was also to kind of follow it hands-on as well, sir.
Okay.
To answer your question, Dr. Sandeep. No, you also get papers that are paywalled because Litmaps majorly operates based on the abstract and the title. It does not need the full text to create the maps. So Litmaps does have access to paywall papers also. Okay, so I'm going to proceed from here. So once I have vetted the first round of papers, I just hit refresh. Now, the second round of search, my initial search was dependent just on one reference, just on one paper. However, this search here will take into consideration all of the papers that I have handpicked, which means the new papers, so all the papers that I handpicked are in the inner circle. The papers in this concentric circle or the outer ring, these are essentially papers that are newly found, newly discovered by Litmaps based on all the papers in the inner ring. Now, when you just hover your mouse over these outer circles or outer ring papers, you will see that all the papers have very good connections with other papers in the inner ring or my initial search. This only goes to show that also there are lesser number of papers. Your initial search gave you around 20 papers, but then this secondary search hardly gives you 10 papers. This goes to show that at every single stage, the search becomes much more rigorous. It becomes much more stringent, making sure that you find more relevant papers linked to all your papers of choices. Now, what do? You repeat the same process. You click on the circle, read the title, read the abstract. If you like what you're seeing, add it to your inner circle. You can also color code it. You can also tag it. Next paper, read, add. Next paper, you read, you don't like the paper, just ignore it. Go into the next paper, and so on. So you can do this for all the papers. You will have to spend 5 to 10 minutes on each paper to decide if you want to add it to your next round of search. I'm just adding it randomly for convenience to save time. And then when you're done, you can again refresh your map. Now you have a new set of hardly 8 papers. Read each of the papers. Pick papers that or papers that resonate, that are in line with what you're looking for, and ignore the rest of the papers. Once you're done, you can go back and you can refresh. You can keep doing this over and over until a point where there are no further papers that can be suggested by Litmaps, or that the papers that appear here are too old or not something you exactly look forward to using within your own literature reviews and so on. Now, this map is created based on citations and references. What if I don't want citations and reference map, but rather I want to know about the common authors? I want to know how the authors are distributed across this literature. Who are the top authors who have contributed to multiple papers on this literature, on this map literature? Then you can use this algorithm called common authors. That will give you an idea as to who are the common catch points on the author list. So essentially, these are your senior authors who have collaborated with multiple other researchers to produce a majority of these papers. Say, for instance, I do not want either of them. I don't want to focus only on references and citations, but rather I would want to focus on semantics. I would want to find papers that fall within the same theme, that talk about the same things, even though they don't have a direct reference or citation. That is when you use this map called or the algorithm called the semantic search algorithm. It will take a bit of time, but eventually the output will not look different, but the kind of papers that get included into the final map would be different. The map essentially remains pretty similar to what you get with references and citations. Now, say you have used all of these tricks in the book to build your literature collection. And once that is done, it is important that you can collect literature anywhere. You can find literature anywhere, from Google Scholar to Semantic Scholar to Litmaps to any other tools. You can find literature. But eventually, the literature should always be migrated to a reference manager, at least as of now. Only then you would be able to cite references and generate reference lists automatically. So all my papers right now are on Litmaps. How do I move my papers? Okay, I think top is way better. So how do I move my papers from Litmaps to a reference manager? You see something called articles here. Just click on articles. Now, this is a list of all the articles that are a part of this map called Obermeyer 2022, because this was the first paper that I used. You see these 3 dots here? Those are used for selecting all the papers. You can also manually select individual papers, or once you have built your literature map, you want the entire map to be migrated. Then just slide down to the right end. You see the 3 dots here next to lit maps. There's an option called export. Click on export and you can download it in different file types. RIS is one of the best file types because it works really seamlessly well when you're using Zotero. So untitled5.ris is my file. Now, if Zotero is my reference manager, just open Zotero, go to file. There's an option called import. Hit next. And then pick Untitled 5 from your downloads, open it, and then hit next. Now a new folder would be created within your Zotero, and all the papers that you had on Litmaps right now is already on Zotero. And because you're on Zotero, you can simply Control A and then use this feature called Find Available PDFs. Any PDFs that are available on Zotero's collection or Zotero has access to, the PDF will also be populated within the Zotero interface, making your literature collection complete in Zotero. Yeah, it will take a bit of time. We'll maybe come back and check it at a later point. Now, this is all nice to export articles out of Litmaps. What if I want to import it instead? What if I want to start the entire process with a set of articles that I have elsewhere? Say I have collected elsewhere. Then you have this option called import just below search. Instead of searching, you can use the import option, and then you can just pick a downloaded file, reopen it, and then you can simply hit on explore related articles. So now the map would be created based on all the articles that you have. So you can import, you can export into Zotero on using majority of the reference file types like BibTeX, EndNote file type, and then also your RIS file type. Now I talked about how tagging is pretty helpful. Say, for instance, let's assume that I like a few papers here, which all belong to the yellow color or the teal color, whatever the tag is. Color coding it will help you just pull out the papers and create a small cluster, and then just select the papers you're interested in, and you can simply explore that on a little. You can pretty much move the papers along the interface. You can cluster them, you can extract a set of papers and start creating individual maps on these small clusters of papers and so on. And when we are done, when you have created sufficient number of lists, say I now want to see all the papers that are tagged with introduction. I'm trying to write my introduction section. I want to make sure that I'm not missing out on all the papers. Hit introduction. Say I'm writing a paragraph on diabetes, hit on diabetes. All the papers which are tagged as diabetes will now show up. So tagging is a way in which you can quickly color code papers, but then it's also a great way if you want to quickly retrieve papers under different categories. Yeah. So that is Litmaps for you. I'm going to give you exactly 5 minutes to explore the tool. and then we'll move on to the next tool. So it's 2:35. We'll start with the next tool at 2:40. In the meanwhile, if you have questions, keep dropping them to the chat box. Just a moment. So Shilpi, you have to start with search. Start with a set of keywords, find a paper, build a map, explore, explore on lit maps. So that's the uh, broad blue ribbon that pops up. You can use that. And at every single stage, I hope you got to see how I clicked on each of the circles and a left panel opened up with the title and the abstract. You can validate the paper if you like it, add it using more like this. You can color code it using a feature called tags. Say, for instance, when I click on this paper, read it here, you can add it using the more like this option here. You can color code it using the tag option. And then you will have to keep doing this over and over until you reach a point where the majority of the papers have already been retrieved. Answered this already. Just a moment. Okay. So litmaps is for finding literature, finding related literature, relevant literature. So I'm going to do this once again. Okay. So maybe I just pick a different topic now. Biodiversity and mangroves. Okay. You start with the search. Pick a paper that has good amount of citations and then hit explore related articles. And then click on each of the circles to read the paper. And if you like what you're seeing, you can just add more like this. And the tag option here, once you have created tags on your left panel, your tags option will allow you to add color codes to your paper, basically to tell you how the paper has to be classified. So you keep doing this for all the papers you like after reading them, of course, not going about blind like I do, but just read the paper and decide which papers will form a part of your next search. And once you have validated all the papers, verified what papers you want, you can hit on refresh. Now the second round of papers will appear. You can check each of those papers also and keep doing this process again and again. When you're done, this is where all your articles will exist. So there is this articles. These three dots are for selecting all the articles. And then these three dots at the right corner, you can export this as a reference management file, as a reference manager file. And once you do the download, you can go into your reference manager and then you can simply bring in the entire file, the entire information using the import option on Zotero. Mendeley also has a similar option, just that it's at a different place. Okay. So a few minutes to catch up with lit maps, and then we'll move on to the next tool. No, Asta, you cannot use it without logging in. You have to log in. Use your Gmail, log in, So yes, there will be limitations on how much you can use lit maps when you're on the free version. I am on the pro version, so you might not be able to do everything I do. Like at least you cannot create so many different layers to the maps, but all the other basic features you must still be able to explore on the free version. Those of you who have explored lit maps, you can move on to SciSpace. You still have to log in here. You can log in using your Gmail ID again. So SciSpace is one of the data extraction tools that we were talking about in the morning. And when you log in, SciSpace recently underwent an overhaul. A new feature called Agentic AI, called SciSpace Agent, was introduced just 5-6 days back. And the interface now kind of prioritizes the use of the AI agent. But if you don't have the pro version, you can still go for the literature review option here, where you have something called standard. So the standard search must still be accessible on the free version, I believe. So here you can ask a simple question. So say I'll go with my own query of intermittent fasting is effective in managing type 2 diabetes. So when you're on the free version, when you're on the standard version, you get a nice summary answer from top 5 papers. If you're on the pro version, you can get the same answer from top 10 papers. And essentially, this is a nice summary that gives you all the answers you're looking for with respect to the question. One thing you should notice here is that on SciSpace, you do not have to prompt engineer. You can directly ask a question and then you get these nice answers. When you scroll below, by default, the tool creates this tabular column. Maybe if you are new to the tool, you don't have all of these columns that you see, but say, can remove this column. This is how your tabular column or the yet to be tabular column looks like. So you have all of these papers. There are 10 papers to start off with, but you can always hit on load more papers to get up to 100 papers. Now let's assume that I am in the very early stages where I'm trying to write a grant proposal. So I need to know the insights from the different papers. I need to know the limitations, then maybe the research gap, and the future research. Just these 4 columns will give me an idea as to what these papers have explored, what these authors have explored, what remains unexplored still that could convert into a good research question for my own work. So the navigation is a bit tricky. Sometimes you have to navigate it from the bottom of the table. So you can set the navigation bar accordingly. And then you get to now get answers or find answers to these requirements that you have across multiple papers. This makes comparison really easy, and you can take a call if a paper is relevant or not. Say, some of these papers don't really have the kind of insights that you want. Some of these papers have really good limitations that you want to use for framing your own research question. So you can do all that. And the tabular column, you can also set filters. You can filter out the studies based on the years when it was published, the type of publication that you require, or if you want to restrict your search to certain top journals or conferences. And you can also use keywords to include and exclude to ensure that your output, this tabular column, is good enough. And then when you are ready, when you have had, and when you don't like a paper, so you don't have an option where you can add papers. When you go into this option called literature review, you can ask a question, but what papers get pulled out, what papers get added to the tabular column is not something you can control. But one thing you can control is if you don't feel a paper is a good fit, you can simply delete the paper from the tabular column. By eliminating papers, you can retain only those papers that are relevant to you. And once you're done with deleting papers, because there is no adding papers, at least not in this feature, you can then export your Excel file. You can export this tabular column as an Excel file. I would suggest you have to export not just as an Excel file, but also as a reference manager file like the BibTeX file or the RAS file, because the Excel file will give you the information. But information alone is not sufficient. The corresponding reference is also essential. That is where downloading the reference information as a BibTeX or as an RAS file and uploading it and keeping it ready on your reference manager could come in really handy. So you can create your own columns even once you are ready to set the criteria based on which this column should function. Now, this tabular column is nice, this summary is nice, but one thing that is lacking is you cannot add your own papers. You cannot create this tabular column for a set of your own papers when using this feature called literature review. But there is yet another feature called extract data, where you get to upload your own papers, and these papers would be prepared in the form of a tabular column, pretty much say the same tabular column, just that this tabular column has only papers that you have handpicked. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to explore the chat with PDF, the literature review option and your extract data option. If you already have some PDF files, I would strongly suggest that you upload your own papers to see how well the insights are done. It's all the more better if it's a paper published by you, because then you're at a position, you're the expert who can validate if the tabular column is good enough, if the content is accurate enough, and so on. So let me pause here for 5 minutes. And Preeti, I'm not sure to which tool you're talking about, but then you cannot request PDF. PDFs, if they are available, they'll be made available to you. If not, you will have to find a different source where you can find the PDF. Say, for instance, you can find it using tools like Paper Panda, Paywall. So I'm just giving you 2 choices, which might help you find paywall papers. Not exactly as good as SciHub, but they are a kind of an alternative that we have right now. So Rajeshwari, how about the paraphraser? We'll talk about the paraphraser in a while. I'll come to the paraphraser in a while. Let's focus on just the literature review and extract data features for now. Okay. Harjit, for uploading a paper, you see the size space panel on the left side. There is this feature called extract data. Click on it. You can upload your PDFs using this feature, and by default, the PDFs will be converted into or rather the PDFs will be used for deriving information to populate a tabular column, similar to what we saw with size space derived papers here. So Professor Kuldeep, no, articles cannot be downloaded per se. You can only download the reference information, and you can download the reference information, take it to Zotero, and then allow Zotero and Mendeley to populate the PDFs. You can have your PDFs kind of downloaded into Zotero, but not directly from SciSpace. And Debashish, so to find articles, all you have to do is just go into your homepage or go into this feature called literature review and ask a simple question. Based on the question, your the tool will give you an answer, and then it will also help you find these articles. This all happens automatically. You don't have to do anything. Just ask a question, sit back and watch. The tool will give you the summary answer and also create this tabular column with the appropriate articles. And all these articles, you can just click the title and you'll be taken to a page which has more information. Okay. So now, this is just one feature of PaperPoint. One feature of SciSpace. So SciSpace was originally a data extraction tool, but eventually SciSpace does aspire to become a one-stop solution for all your writing needs and researching needs, which means SciSpace has a writing feature also, which you can use simply by clicking on this icon that says Save to Notebook. Anytime you hover your mouse over, like when you hover your mouse over different columns of text, there is this small pop-up that says Save to Notebook. Just click on Save to Notebook. And then you can take it full screen. Now, this is an AI writer, which means anytime you introduce one or two sentences, add a space and wait, the AI tool will start writing further. So when you like what you see, you can just hit on tab, give a space, and then wait. Okay. So you can keep doing this. You can let the AI keep writing for however long you want. But say, for instance, you want the tool to continue writing, give you much more summaries, but then with proper citations. In that case, you can use the Ask AI feature and ask the tool to continue writing, but then continue writing with citations. Now the tool would give you a much better summary, which is derived from other literature as well, which has proper citations. And SciSpace is one of those tools which is trying to automate your reference management as well, which means you don't have to generate a reference list. A reference list is generated automatically. The in-text citations and references are linked to each other. Anytime you want to change the reference style, you can just pick the name of the journal, name of the style you're interested in, and SciSpace will make the corresponding changes both at the in-text citation level and also at the reference list. So that kind of is a cool writing feature that SciSpace has. It's essentially a Word document. All the basic functionalities that you can access on a Word document is available here as well. Now, before I give you the pause to explore the notebook feature, you don't have to always come to the notebook from the tabular column. You can also simply use this feature called AI Writer on the panel. The AI Writer feature is essentially the notebook feature, what you see. So this is the writing feature. But then SciSpace also has this feature where you can read papers efficiently. This was something I mentioned in the morning session as well. So go to chat with PDF and you can upload your paper. Since I already have good amount of papers, I'm going to pick one which is already on my account. Now let us say I'm reading the paper and I don't understand a certain section of the paper. I can simply use my mouse to select the section and ask for explain text. Now, the goal of SciSpace here is not to give you a summary, is not to give you a AI generated text, but to rather explain the background, which helps you understand these few lines better. It also helps you understand the definitions. It even gives you a glossary list at the end and so on. So this was my question. And the tool has taken pains to really explain the details of the text, all the nice bullet points, key terms, glossary again. It even suggests follow-up questions. So maybe after reading this paragraph, I would possibly have these questions. The tool suggests those questions as well. You can also ask additional questions. The good thing about SciSpace here is this does not only work for text. More than text, you might need it for, say, an image or an equation. I'm someone new to this field. I don't understand this equation. I can go to explain math and table. Just screenshot this. And the tool will give you explanations for every single term on the equation. It will also tell you why the equation is significant, how it arrived, and if there are kind of some trivia that you need to know to better understand the equation, all of that is thrown at you. So all I gave the tool was this one lousy screenshot of the equation. The tool has given me an output that easily runs to 500 words, I believe, on all the terms, all the key metrics on the equation. So I'll give you 5 minutes to explore two features. One is the AI writer feature, and the second one is the chat with PDF feature. You can also explore it on my notebooks. That will also work. So one to write better, one to read papers better. So finish exploring those two tools, those two features before we head on into the next feature. Dr. Harshit Singh, I have just given the name of two tools, Paper Panda and Unpaywall. These two can help you find full text of paywalled articles. They are not exactly AI tools, but they are plugins that you can use. Can we use the text from AI? No. The text from AI writer cannot be used as it is in a research paper. Excuse me. But if you can use that as a starting material to design your own papers. So this is how detailed the equation explanations are. Dr. Aarti, the text is majorly plagiarism free, but it is still AI generated text. So all you have to do to verify if it is plagiarism free is to just check this, right? So we had asked for explanations. Yeah. So this is the text verbatim from the paper, and this is the explanation text. So you can look for overlaps between this text that you selected from the paper and this explanation that you get out of the tool to see how much of plagiarism the tool has. The overlaps are minimal, and if there are overlaps, it is inadvertent. The tool does not intend to plagiarize. Do we have to refer AI tools if used in research paper? Yes, you will have to declare the use of AI tools using the appropriate declaration statement. You will find these declaration statements in the author guidelines page of the journal guidelines. Yeah. So what else can SciSpace do? So one other good use case with SciSpace is the paraphraser. The paraphraser essentially looks like what you would see on Quillbot, but one difference is SciSpace does a good job of translating or paraphrasing content from English to a different language. Especially, it does a good job with several of the Indian languages. So, say for instance, I could pick Hindi, and let me just go find a different text. Just copy this. See, I want this shortened and make as many variations as possible. So this is both translated and paraphrased text in a local language. Having said that, it's not necessary that you should always change it to a different language. The paraphrasing from English to English also works good. Paraphrasing is still tricky because paraphrased text is still AI generated text. When you use an AI tool for paraphrasing a text, maybe because you had a high plagiarism score, or you find that the original writing is not up to the mark when it comes to formal English, whatever be the case, paraphrased text is still AI generated text. One thing you should remember is these AI content detectors, they don't always have access to your entire process. They don't see where you started, how much of human contribution happened before an AI paraphrasing tool was used. All they see is the final output of your document. And if you're using an AI tool towards the finishing steps of your document, there's a very high chance that AI flags get introduced into your content, even though you wrote the content all by yourself from day one and then continued editing it through several days and months, but you used an AI tool at the last phase of your writing. That one step could kind of derail your entire efforts and flag your entire content as AI generated content. So I would be very, very cautious about using paraphrasing tools. If at all you need suggestions to paraphrase better. Allow the paraphrasing tool to give you suggestions, but don't copy paste the suggestion. Use that to kind of understand how the content can be rewritten to avoid plagiarism, and then you mirror your writing or get your writing to be inspired by this paraphrase text. Never copy paste paraphrase text. Okay, so I think that pretty much covers the standard features of SciSpace. Now, SciSpace recently introduced something called, as I said, 5 days ago, the last July 30, 31, SciSpace introduced this feature called SciSpace Agent. Now, this is a proper agentic AI, which means it can work vertically. What does vertical AI mean? Vertical AI means that I can give a complete set of tasks. Say, for instance, I have this post from yesterday. Let me just so this would give you an idea of so this is a post that I made yesterday for talking about the agentic AI of SciSpace. So here you can set the tool on a long task. Like say, for instance, I want to convert a paper into a poster, which is a pretty long task. You have to summarize all the information on a research paper and then convert the content in a format that is acceptable for an academic poster. You will have to add pictures, you will have to make it concise. There are multiple steps involved in the process. But using a very simple prompt, you can just direct the tool to go from a research paper to a research article. That is called vertical AI, which can stack one process after the other to get to your endpoint, no matter how complex the process is, no matter how varied the process is. So there is paraphrasing, there is image generation, there is converting it into a different canvas altogether, making it concise, kind of reducing the complexity of the language. The tool understands all of these different requirements at one go. One good, so say for instance, data visualization. Okay. So this was not something that was possible with SciSpace even 2-3 days ago, but now with agentic AI, this becomes possible. So if you have to create a data visual, the first thing to do is to actually go and find the data. You don't have to talk about all of that. Just say, go finish this visual, and the tool understands these different steps. It breaks down the bigger process into smaller units, and it gathers information from appropriate sources, and you get this properly put together final visual. So I'm going to play this once again. And it also explains all the steps that it does. It tells you, okay, this is the first step I'm doing. This is the second step I have to do, the third step, fourth step, and so on. And you have a properly put together visualized data without any inputs beyond that very, very broad outline that the user provided. Okay. So Shilpa, any AI tool to develop the conceptual model flowchart of a research study? I think you could try ChatGPT once you have a set of notes. ChatGPT can do it at the moment, but yeah, why not? When you have an agentic AI like SciSpace, I would say you can go ahead and check that out as well. And the LinkedIn post also has a video where you'll see how the use case of research paper to research poster happens. The link is on the comment box. And anytime we talk about size space, one of the quick comparisons or questions you get is how does size space compare when you talk about answer this. So answer this and size space do get a lot of comparisons, but size space is a much older tool, at least even if by just a few months. And answer this is still kind of finding its footing, I would say. But one thing that answer this does really well is it does well when it comes to these comprehensive literature reviews. So let me give you a few minutes to check out the paraphraser uh, just to complete the final touches of SciSpace. And when you're done with SciSpace, please log in and be ready with answers. Okay, so what does uh, answer this have to offer? So one thing answer this does is it can make these proper full-fledged literature reviews. So you can pick the full review here. Answer this again, you can just log in, type in for answer this, and then log in using your Google account. And then you can ask for a full review. You can ask for from papers. You can go for the, like you can use the light version here. And if there are other filters, so say you only want papers from with a certain number of citations, you want only research papers to be picked. And then say when I'm writing a literature review, I don't want Q4 articles. I only want Q1, Q2, and Q3 articles. I can also set the timeline, say from 2022 Jan 1st to 0108.95. Okay, that's a bad placement of this chat box, but yes, you can set that. And then ask the question. You can also use the prompt helper to ask different kinds of questions. So you can make, maybe you want to identify research gaps, or you want to just generate a research outline, or you want to ask questions. Anyway, it works. But several of the features sometimes end up giving you a literature review. You just have to be careful about that. So how does same the more detailed your prompt is, the better the literature review is. A good thing and bad thing about Answer This is the interface is usually cluttered, which is not really easy to work with. But that is also a good thing, because anything and everything you want to find, you will essentially find on a single interface. That will give you a pretty nice way of working. Okay, so let me pick a different prompt. Let's see, I'm going to identify and Answer This also has the AI writing feature. It is also slowly developing options where you can create your citation maps on Answer This. You can also create diagrams, basic flowcharts on Answer This. The last time I checked, the tool was not active yet, but we could always check. Let me see if I can just bring up yeah. So I just picked up an old project instead of waiting. So this is how your literature review looks like. Okay. And the reference lists are usually generated automatically. Yeah, this is how extensive the literature review can be when you give the appropriate prompts, and you have an automatically generated reference list. You can change the reference style to multiple different styles. So there are 2,681 styles at the moment. And any change you make here will also be reflected in the in-text citations. Now, this page looks a bit cluttered, but then it's also good because you can read the AI generated literature review while also parallelly comparing the original research article. You can also chat with the article. If you have more questions, you can save it to a library within the Answer This interface. And you can also export the entire list to move it to your reference manager. And you can also run bibliometric analysis. So say, for instance, you can just pick one or more papers and then run a quick bibliometric analysis. But more than anything, it is the detail with which a literature review is generated. So this is easily a 5,000, 6,000 word review. Yeah, somewhere close to 5,000 at least, I believe, should be, with appropriate citations, with an automated reference list. That is special about Answer This. So you have questions about SciSpace, Answer This, drop it into the chat box. I'm not sure about the free trial version on Answer This, just give it a try. I think you would still be able to check it out with limited features. Try logging in with your Google account and see if you can access certain features of the basic features of the tool at least. Answer this is not, none of the tools we're talking about are free, Dr. Preeti or Preeti. These tools do have a small free tier, but otherwise they are paid tools. Dr. Kiran, can you upload the paper from Litmaps and answer this for writing a review article? Before that, Dr. Harjit, introduction chapter with references, I think answer this could be your inspiration. This is still AI generated content. You cannot use it as it is, but you can create outlines and then use this as a template to design your own introduction section or your introduction chapter. And Dr. Kiran, I'm just thinking if there is a way where you can upload papers. Yes, there is. So on the new query, on the sources, you can upload PDFs or you can upload a library. So no, this is just the library that I have here. You can upload papers instead. So if you can have downloaded PDFs, you can upload your PDFs and then ask the tool to work with those PDFs to get a literature review. That must be possible. But I don't see an option where instead you can just add a reference manager library. That would also be a good option. So once the reference manager library option is available, where you can upload a BibTeX file or an RAS file, then what you're talking about must be possible, where you'll be able to migrate papers from one tool to the other. So copyright issue in uploading PDF obtained from institutional subscriptions. That could be tricky. As long as, because even with answer this, the tool does not exactly use your data or present your data anywhere else, when it is just for your personal use, and if the PDF has been obtained through appropriate sources, I think you would be able to use the PDF for extracting information, provided the tool ensures that it protects the data privacy of whatever documents that you are. In that case, I think it should be possible.
Actually, in many paid subscription, there is a term and condition that it is only for use of the researchers and faculty students of the institute. Means although we are using the information, but if these tools save the data, then it could be a issue.
This is tricky because this essentially boils down to how much of your information are these tools saving, and even if they are saving, are they uploading it to a public domain? That is where this falls. So if in doubt, I think I would just write to the team also once, and then ensure that whatever paper gets uploaded, especially the copyrighted PDFs of paywall papers, they don't get used anywhere else. They don't get used for training. They don't get thrown out into the open somewhere.
Yeah.
Usually it does not happen. The privacy policies of these tools do talk about not sharing your content, not opening up your content to other eyes.
Actually, I have seen like people do search in this chat GPT or any other tool, and then there are certain tools where you search similar things, and then they have reference like memory dump of chat GPT, no reference available. Similar type of content I have seen. So this means that those memories of chat GPT or any other GPT are available or accessible. So that's my concern is. So that means although the direct PDF is may not be shared by these tools, but whatever the data they have extracted, even whatever the chats we have done, those may be available or may be retrievable by some other tool.
These tools, at least the academic tools, they kind of assure that that will not happen. So we can only trust them at the moment. Unless we see a place where there is a breach of this trust, we can only kind of operate from a place of trust until it's breached. At least it's a published paper. So, but copyright issue infringement is indeed quite a big issue. But then I think that's more of an issue for the tool and less of an issue for the individual user. But I would still read the fine print on the data policies before doing that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let me start resharing my screen. So I would leave you to check out the other features on Answer This. So the next tool I would like to talk about is PaperPal, of course. A very quick overview of how I would use PaperPal. So one thing about PaperPal is it is accessible across multiple platforms. You can use PaperPal on the web. Just Google for PaperPal, go to the site, and you can use it on the web. You can use it on MS Word. You can use it on LaTeX. You can use it on your Google Docs. But any feature that gets released usually starts from the web version. So the web version is the one that gets the first update. That is then followed by changes to MS Word, changes in Google Docs or upgradation of features in Google Docs and Overleaf. Usually they come a bit at a later point in time. Now, when you're on PaperPal, how would I use PaperPal? Let's say I'm in a very early stage of writing. I just want to brainstorm ideas. I don't want references. I don't want any specifics. I just want to brainstorm ideas as if I'm talking to a colleague or to my supervisor. That is when I would use this feature called write. So here I'll just simply ask the tool to write a paragraph on, say, intermittent fasting and type 2 diabetes. Then hit on it. Now, all I'm expecting is ideas, different perspectives. I don't care about citations. I don't care where the information is coming from. As long as the information is accurate, I am okay with it. That is the stage where I'm starting right now. And the tool is writing. Okay. So this is how the content looks like. So now this is a very, very, very basic paragraph. Now I can ask PaperPal to continue writing, or I can ask PaperPal to contrast whatever has been written above. So sometimes it really makes sense to look at all the sides of a story. So I would maybe ask the tool to continue on the same thought process. And because I enable the AI tracker, all this highlighted section is written by AI. And whatever I write on my own will not be written by AI, so that I can use this one single writing canvas to brainstorm and kind of also work parallelly with AI. Now, let us say that I have done enough brainstorming. I have a fair idea of how I want to write. Now, what would help me is this feature called templates, especially this one called outline, where you can create outlines for all these different kinds of scientific documents for a very specific topic. These are not the generic outlines, but are your topic specific outlines. So say I want to write a research article. I want to write it in life sciences. The effect of intermittent fasting on type 2 diabetes in young adults in India. One of my favorite features of PaperPal is you can add your supporting documents here, which means the outline that PaperPal creates will not be just based on your prompt. If you provide an appropriate supporting file, PaperPal will take into consideration your rough drafts, your rough notes. Maybe you already have a rough outline in mind. All of that would be taken into account, and PaperPal will eventually give you an outline that fits for your topic, but then also is appropriate for the type of article that you're trying to write. Now, not all of this might be appropriate. There are certain sections which might not really work how it is imagined, but at least now I have a outline. Now I know, okay, so first paragraph on the introduction, second paragraph, third paragraph, what it should look like. Similarly, for methods, what goes into the methods, the results, discussion, even up until the point of conclusion. Having an outline makes it much easier to start writing. That doesn't mean that I would not really encourage you to retain the outline as it is, because several of these subheadings you don't even mention. You don't have a paragraph that talks about future directions. But this is a great outline to start with. Eventually, you might have to edit out some of these outlines. You might have to delete some of them. You might have to introduce some of them. But even with all the changes in place, this is still a great, great starting point to kind of overcome the writer's block. Now, let's assume I'm done with the outlines. I'm at a phase where I have to start writing. Even then, I can use this feature called research and cite. Why Research Insight? Why not Write? Simply because Write is more of a brainstorming tool. Research Insight is more of an appropriate or accurate tool for scientific writing. You can just give a prompt and then you can hit on search. This feature, unlike the write feature, will not just write, it will also include the appropriate citations and generate a reference list as well. So this is the kind of writing you get out of the site research and site option. Proper formal writing with appropriate references. Scroll down, your entire reference list has been generated. You want to change your reference style, you don't have to go anywhere. You can change it to any of the styles you want. And also say, as you are reading the papers, so all the papers that are cited within the text, they are listed just below your summary answer that you get out of the research and cite feature. And you can save these papers. So say, I like this paper. I want to retain this paper for future reference, for future citations. Simply add to library. This is your library where you can save n number of papers altogether. And when you're ready to cite a paper, for instance, say that I want to cite a paper after the first sentence. So I can just place my cursor where I want the citation to be included. This is the paper I want to cite. Just hit on cite. Hit on insert citation. Now this citation has been included here. Why should I go to the pains of introducing the citation like this? Why cannot I simply write the name? Because when you simply write the name, it is not a linked citation. It is not a managed citation. But when you use the insert citation feature, the citation detail is not just included into the in-text context, but the corresponding reference is also added automatically to your reference list, making it easier for you to manage your references, manage your styles at any given point in time. Now, this Research Insight also has this nice feature called search papers. This helps when you have kind of orphan sentences. So say, for instance, this first sentence does not have a reference. For some reason, I want this sentence to have a reference. So you can just copy it, throw it into search papers, search. And the tool will give you 3 or 4 different choices. Okay, it gives you 10 papers. Great. And now you can read these papers. As always, the title is a hyperlink. Go to the original website, read the paper if you like what you're seeing. Then decide if you want to include one of these as a citation. So say I'm happy with this paper. I just have to place the cursor where I want the citation to go. What did I do? Okay, here, and then cite, insert citation, Galuska et al. 2022, scroll down, and where is my Galuska et al? He's right here. So I have my reference also included in. Now, once I have written my paper, so this is completely AI written at the moment, but once I kind of co-write with the AI, I will have to move to a stage where I want to proofread my manuscript. That is what the edit feature is all about. It points out all the errors in your manuscript. It names the kind of error, and you can decide if you want to make the corresponding change or not. Similarly, you can also rewrite for very many different reasons. When you are done writing, when you're done proofreading, when you're done doing all of these checks, you can go to this feature called checks, where you can check your manuscript for plagiarism. The database right now is Turnitin. Turnitin, I believe, at least the last time I checked. But it is not the full library of Turnitin, which means you essentially get only the basic version of Turnitin. You can do a journal submission check. I think we talked sufficiently about it during both these sessions. And then you can also do an AI review. Now, the AI review feature on PaperPal is a bit new. It still has to just, okay. So you can check your manuscripts for few things like checking for flow and structure, getting suggestions for improvements and so on. This is not a review that is as comprehensive as Paper Wizard, but definitely helps. And the chat PDF option again, it's similar to what we saw with SciSpace, but I feel SciSpace has a much better choice. So I'm not going into this feature at the moment. So this is how I would use PaperPal. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to explore these features and then come back. Can automatically generate citation in IEEE format. You don't have to automatically generate citations. You can finish adding citations, and then when you're ready, you can change the citation. So there is the IEEE citation. Just apply the citation, and your intake citations as well as the final list has been revised accordingly. No matter, normally when you're adding citations, I would say use the Harvard format because that is less confusing, unless you already know this is where you want to submit your paper and that journal happens to follow a Vancouver or numbered format. At all other instances, please go with the Harvard format where the intake citation is author year format. And then it's just one click. You can always change it at any point in time. So 5 minutes to check out this tool and ask questions if you have any. I know we did not take a break, but I thought since it's a hands-on session, we can just brave it through at one single go. I would like to show you one other tool before we wind up. Last few minutes. Just give me a moment. So this here is eDrawMax. I have not logged in a while. You have a lot of free trial version available. Okay. So you just have to download eDrawMax from Wondershare. And even on the free version, you will see a lot of options for graphs. If you're thinking chemical structures, if you're thinking biology structures, life sciences, medical sciences, allied sciences, chemical sciences, then MindTheGraph and BioRender, they have much better solutions for you. But if you're looking for generic graphs, or say if you're from the social sciences background, management background, business background, then eDrawMax does have much better choices. So this is the AI feature. You can essentially create all of these different things. You can create timelines, tables, mind maps, flow charts, just by describing what you have in your head using appropriate prompts, because Max has this AI feature. But otherwise, if you could be from engineering departments, you could be from science and education backgrounds, all of this does have some template images that can come in handy when you're trying to create your graphs. In the meanwhile, also do check out Visme, because Visme also has some cool features when it comes to creating flowcharts, general graphs, and so on. Yeah. And BioRender, though the name says bio, I have seen quite a number of chemical structures also work with BioRender. So you can definitely give it a try. So, any questions? Dr. Majumdar, if you're on the pro version of Mind the Graph or BioRender, then the images that you create are copyright free, as in you own the copyright and you can use those images freely anywhere across multiple documents. Even in case of eDrawMax, I think when you're on the pro version, there should not be any copyright issues. But no matter which tool you're talking about, I would believe that it's a better choice to always acknowledge the use of the tool. Dr. Kiran, yes, these images are plagiarism free. You can use it for graphical abstracts. They're not exactly plagiarized images, just that you will have to acknowledge the use of the tool anytime you use it. Dr. Pulak, yes, you can modify these images to a certain extent. When you're talking about images from eDrawMax, it's almost completely modifiable. But when you're talking about tools like Mind the Graph and BioRender, they are template-based tools, which means when I say I want the picture of a leaf, I want the picture of a cell, I want the picture of a microscope, I cannot alter the picture of a microscope, but I can get different options, different microscopes. I can pick one. It's like fitting a puzzle. Both Mind the Graph and BioRender, that's how they work. You pick the puzzle pieces and you just arrange it together. You add the text, you add the flow, the arrows, and so on, and then create the final image. The small blocks per se, they are not editable. In eDrawMax actually allows much more flexibility for editing. Swati, yes, you can use tools other than BioRender, but if you're from life sciences and medical sciences, I think BioRender is still your best bet. A good alternative is Mind the Graph. So, Shahil, there is no one tool that can solve all your woes at the moment, but PaperPal is definitely a good start because it has solutions for finding literature, for writing, proofreading, and also reference management. I think if writing is where you feel you need a lot of help with AI, then PaperPal is the tool to go. If data extraction is what you would need more help with, SciSpace makes more sense at the moment. Yeah, for writing, then PaperPal is a good starter. Asta, I'm not really sure about tools for math. Normally, if you're talking about writing papers, then a good LaTeX application like Overleaf should help you, because Overleaf has this nice interface where you can simply write and then it will be converted into LaTeX code also. So if you have not tried Overleaf, you should try Overleaf for writing. And Answer This IO is also a good tool, definitely a good tool. But those tabular columns are much more elegant on SciSpace. If data extraction is your goal, SciSpace somehow I have heard it to be much more user friendly. Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Glad you all enjoyed the session.
Okay, so thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session. And on the behalf of organizing team, I would like to extend my sincere thank to you, because you have give the explanation in very detail. And since this was the practical session, so apart from the student, we also see doing the things, learning together. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this session. And now I want to call for the concluding remark Professor Kuldeep Singh sir, HOD Chemistry. So now over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. So today's session is really inspiring, and basically, if Dr. Soumya remember, we started talking about these sessions approximately 7-8 months ago.
Right.
Yeah, and then we planned this session. Basically, this session was focused on the different AI tools which can be used in research or by research scholars, faculty members, and scientists. So, AI is going to be one of the biggest change making near future. When I started my PhD in 2001, at that time, SciFinder was introduced. And we were very happy because it was solving so many problems in searching chemical literature. Whatever we do in months, we were able to do the things in a day or two at that time. Now, the issue is using a SciFinder or similar tool, have a input or say the intellectual input from the researcher. It doesn't generate a text or knowledge from itself, but with AI tools, it generates content from itself. You just ask the question like a student asking a question and teacher is giving answer. So teachers also give answer based on their knowledge, but they are humans. Their brain works differently as compared to the AI or the computer. So computer have one benefit that they can work very fast way, as compared to us, but similarly they cannot think beyond the programming. What is the program? They will give output accordingly. They will give answer to a question you have asked. Okay, and they will not think other perspective of that question. So those are the certain limitations with AI tools. But my suggestion is use AI tools as a your helping hand, not depend on the AI tools 100%. They can check your grammar if English is not our first language. So there are certainly some limitations are there. So in that front, AI tool can be very much helpful to find out the grammatical mistakes before you submit your thesis or your report. They can help you manage and organizing literature. Dr. Soumya Rani has shown so many tools how you can efficiently do the literature search, how you can manage your output of that literature search, and then it can also make the outline. So it is saving your time. But whatever the this output, you have to manually check it, just like you recheck your own writings after completing the task. So I would like to thank you my both the speakers for enlightening us today. And really I didn't thought that this will go in this direction. This today session is was very good, and I have personally learned a lot. Many things I didn't know. I was using and I was trying so many tools so that I have an idea when students come with a content using these tools, I should able to find out. So most of the cases I am able to say that they have used this tool or that. And now I think my abilities has been enhanced by 200% definitely. I am really thankful, and I hope that each and every participant are on the same way as I am. Thank you very much. And now I'm handing over to the Nirvasi.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I want to sincerely thank all of you. So, since research is not just the pursuit of knowledge, but the pursuit of responsible knowledge that shapes a better world, as we approach the conclusion of this international workshop, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of MIT School of Engineering and Technology, MIT University, Madhya Pradesh. I extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Chancellor, Pro-Chancellor Sir, Honorable Vice-Chancellor Professor R.S. Tomar Sir for their visionary leadership, and our Pro-Vice-Chancellor Professor M.P. Kaushik Sir for his unwavering support, our Director Professor Dr. Vikas Thada Sir for his guidance and encouragement, and our Head of Department Chemistry Professor Dr. Kuldeep Singh for initiating and organizing this webinar, our distinguished speakers for enlightening us with their experiences and wisdom, and also thank to our distinguished speakers, especially Dr. Shomya Rani KS and Mr. Sardul Nair for the sharing their expertise and enriching our understanding of ethical use of AI applications in research. To the faculty coordinators, comma technical staff, support team, and organizing committee for their valuable efforts and support during this AI workshop. And I also sincerely thank to all the participants in number. Those are about 300, including few international attendees, faculty members, research scholar, and student from across institutions for their enthusiastic participation. Let us all please to uphold the research integrity, harness and AI responsibly, and foster a culture of ethical innovation in academia. Thank you all, and wishing you a productive and a meaningful evening ahead. Thank you so much. And one information is also from organizing team to all the participant. We would provide you certificate of participation on after 15 of this month, and you all needed to submit the feedback. The link is available in chat box. So take care. Bye. Kuldeep sir, anything from your side? Sir, you can unmute.
So thank you, each and everyone. And few things have been shared. Kindly give your feedback.
You
And
can.
as Dr. Nirvay Singh said, that the certificates available to you for download as well as in your email by 15. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will closing the meeting.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
IT host, can you please stop and close the meeting?
Deep sir.
Yeah, please stop the recording and close the meeting.
And also share the link with us of the recording.